Okay. It seems everything is working fine. So it is with great pleasure that I get to announce the start of this year's TRISE transnational conference dedicated to the 100 years from the birth of Murray Bookchin, the great theorist of social ecology, of direct democracy, thinker that has influenced many people, many movements, and has been currently influencing a whole revolution in the Middle East, that of Rojava. I would like to mention that everyone that is watching us in YouTube or somewhere else, or can send us questions, and at the end of every panel there will be a Q&A session with the panelists. So I will be collecting everything that you send us via email, Facebook, or on YouTube, and I will be reading it to the panelists, so that there can be a connection also with the audience. So without further ado, I introduce the first panel, which is the political practice and activism, in which we have three excellent panelists. It's David Grasso, Azize Cay, and Georgios Daremas. So I give the word to Davide Grasso.
Thank you to everyone in the Institute for organizing this. I'm going to try to share my presentation. Is it working?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, again, thank you very much. I'm starting from a memory from when I used to be in Syria myself, in Kamishlo, and I attended a seminar by the genealogy friends given by a woman that addressed us in Kurmanji and was translated by another friend into English. And this is an excerpt of what she told. Before the Sumerian civilization, what Öcalan calls natural society existed. No city was there, and society was organized into clans. Women were at the center of social life, although they did not exert a form of domination, what we in Kurmanji call destilagdari, which men started to exercise later. What women were vested of was what in Kurdish is called autorite. An authority, something with a positive meaning and completely different from domination. It has more to do with giving something to society. For instance, if I'm sick and I ask my friends for advice, everyone will give a different answer. That is why I go to the doctor, who has an expertise to research the origins of my illness. The doctor offers his expertise to the community, and therefore has an authority in medicine. But this does not mean that he should use it to dominate others, which would be different. Sorry, I'm not managing to. I'm not managing to get to the next slide. Okay, can you see the next slide? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. So what struck me and others at the time was this quite precise definition of authority, which is uncommon, and also the positive understanding of the term, counterposed with this other destiladari term translated at the time with the English domination. The term autorité is identical basically with a Turkish word that is also used by Öcalan in his text, and obviously derives from Latin auctoritas and has a lot of analogues in European languages. The term destiladari, in fact, is maybe more complicated to translate. Some German Kurdish-speaking friends at the time proposed to translate it in German with Herrschaft, but in fact, translators of Öcalan in German language translate destiladari as politische Macht, and in English as political power. The correspondence with the original Öcalan Turkish is iktidar, which is a Turkish word from Arabic, and in Arabic, iktidar is basically circumstantial power coming from a source, and in Turkish as the usual reference to political power. Anyway, the translation is very difficult, and also dictionaries are quite confusing, as it is usual when it comes to these kind of concepts. But what is peculiar to the Kurmanji expression destiladari or destilat, destiladar, is the root dest, meaning hand, and the component hil, conveying the meaning of something being above. So basically is a hand coming from above. If we read some excerpts of Öcalan text, for example, the pivotal work Beyond State, we can read the passage as such. Hierarchical power had the military character both in hunting and in defense against external threats. He's speaking here, of course, about the late Neolithic period. It was based on killing and injury. In life and death situations, a connection to authority, autorité, and hierarchy inevitably emerges, with the most capable person assuming the leadership role. And this was the beginning of a different culture gradually dominating over the cult of women. So in this case, we see that Öcalan was actually using the word autorité in a completely different sense from that used by the women of genealogy in Kamışlo 5 years ago. And also, if we get to Bookchin, who of course is a important inspiration for Öcalan, we see in many works by Bookchin a classical, let's say, use of the word authority, very far away from that used by the friends in Kamışlo at the time. I'm not daring here, of course, to suggest that I'm giving an exhaustive, let's say, investigation of the use of this term by Bookchin, but for example, a few of his papers from the 60s show this idea of anarchism as counterposed to authority as such, or to all authority, as it is also quite common among libertarian thinkers. And in Ecology of Freedom in 1982, there are anyway very often this kind of usages of the word authority, very classical, but also there are pages where you see a more nuanced analysis of the ambiguities also that are involved when we use this concept. For example, patriarchal authority in the family and the authority of the father is distinguished from political authority. Again, that would be translated in Turkish as iktidar or in Kurmanji as destilat, as, let's say, institutional authority. So there are many different ways to understand authority historically. But what is most interesting, I think, in relation to the use that the women of Rojava chose in Kamışlo is when Bookchin in the same work uses the word authority between inverted commas. And this happens when he gets to explain basically the birth of organic society, not of patriarchy, but of organic society. So when universal humanitas emerged, overcoming the horizon of the universal animalitas, and from the biological community where just basically natural constraints would, let's say, caused the necessity of regulations and also of enforcement, even violent, of rules, a human society would be born, where also a new civil sphere would parallel the domestic sphere, the clan structure, in which norms would be more the result of a free choice and a will by human beings. So basically, there was a time when nature itself exerted in some way a terrifying authority with its constraints, and then a new, later a new epoch in which the will and the free choice of legislators and men would build the coercion and state institutions. But in the middle, there was this period of organic structuring of society, where basically Bookchin says there was a kind of authority that he cautiously places in inverted commas. And he also said that sometimes anthropologists would call leaders or leadership those in charge of certain functions, in that, for example, proletariat societies exist still today. But these roles and functions and these leaders often turns out, says Bookchin, actually to be guiders or exerting mainly guidance that does not exhibit the usual accoutrements of command, and therefore the power, again put in inverted commas, is functional rather than political. So what is this kind of functional power, and who did exert this sort of organic authority? Bookchin says advisors, teachers, consultants, esteemed for their experience and wisdom. And he adds, whatever power they do have is usually confined to highly delimited tasks and ends with the task to be performed. So it is an episodic power, not institutional, periodic, non-traditional. So this episodic functional power is not institutional resonate with another use by Öcalan, always in Beyond State, when Öcalan writes that the hierarchical authority was in natural society rather bound to person than to institutions. It was not yet institutionalized, and it couldn't rule over society to the same extent as state institutions. So in natural society, loyalty to such a hierarchical authority, described as such by Öcalan, already present in the original communist society of the Neolithic period, was determined by the interest of society, and authorities gain respect and loyalty to the extent in which they return to society the goods produced by members of community. So basically, that society approved the hierarchies if they were useful, and hierarchies played a positive and useful role. And also in the Manifesto for a Democratic Civilization, Volume 1, there is also similar expression. And in the Volume 5, we see the concept of democratic authority strictly related to democratic autonomy. This is actually what is currently in place in northeastern Syria. So we see that there is a strong ambiguity of crucial words, sometimes qualified through adjectives in critical points in order to be distinguished, and even adorned with inverted commas in the case of Bookchin. So it could be a palliative, or anyway, there are differentiated theoretical concepts that are somehow hidden behind the recurrence of identical words. So on this, I would suggest to remind Arendt's warning in 1970, using these words as synonyms, power, authority, state, violence, or force, not only indicates a certain deafness to linguistic meanings, which would be serious enough, but it has also resulted in a kind of blindness to the realities they correspond to. And basically the conviction that it hides is basically nullifying the differences between most fundamental political categories, because the most crucial political issue, says Arendt, is and always has been the question of who rules whom. Power, strength, force, authority, violence. These are but words to indicate the means by which man rules over man. They are held to be synonymous because they have the same function. It is only after one ceases to reduce public affairs to the business of dominion that the original data of the realm of human affairs will appear, or rather reappear, in their authentic diversity. So in Arendt's opinion, basically some sort of destiladari conception of history related to dominance, held in the habit of ignoring the richness of notions related to power. So what is legitimate in Kamyshlo at the time by the genealogy friends to reverse somehow the idea of authority that is widespread today among activists, lawyers, and political scientists? My opinion is that logically and etymologically, the choice was actually quite apt. Auctoritas, in fact, stems from auctor, and auctor derives from augeo, to let grow. We have examples here, like, for example, Virgil would speak of auctor frugum, he who makes the harvest sprout. Ovid, auctor mihi, in the sense of the father, another man's author, basically. Same also Cicero, the ancestors defined as auctores generis mei, and even Livy, auctor urbis, someone who founds a city, or annalium auctor, someone who writes the stories of the city. So even the notion of the writer is just one among many in the notion of auctor in the Romanitas. And at that time, auctoritas came from there as the prestige that was obtained because of this, out of being creative and having done things, because creating is good. And just therefore, then the concept got to the Roman political theory. And for example, came to the famous sentence by Cicero, potestas in populo auctoritas in senatu. And it was precisely that Senate, invested of that political sense of the term authority, that would also command the expeditions to Mesopotamia, through which then the world would reach the Middle East, the current Middle East. After the Arab conquest of the territories once belonging to Rome, the transmission to Europe of Arab commentaries of Aristotle produced also renewed definitions of auctor and auctoritas that are even more related to the use of today. I'm just making one example. Albertus Magnus, a famous philosopher, even declaring to follow the order of Aristotle's thought, was considered by his contemporaries an original philosopher, and therefore an author. And here is Etienne Gilson, the historian of philosophy, writing, therefore it was cited as an authority. So where auctoritas, again, derives from being an actual auctor. So authority in its etymological sense is authorship. It is linked to research, knowledge, creativity, and science. And always get back again to political theory from that etymology and that meaning. And therefore the example proposed by the Committee of Genealogy in Kamyshlo, I think, was perfect. The doctor has an expertise to research the origin of my illness. The doctor offers his expertise to the community, and therefore as an authority in medicine. If he exerted dominance out of it, his authority ought to be put actually in inverted commas and not the opposite. So coming to the conclusions, the theory of democratic confederalism rests both on a written tradition, and we should never forget this, Bookchin and Öcalan, but also an oral tradition that is maybe less studied, embodied by the elaboration of the theory by the Kurdish movement's academies. And this theory, when you hear it, is not necessarily the mere repetition of what you would find in Öcalan and even more Bookchin's books. The concrete struggle makes perhaps the refinement of words, the sharpening of linguistic tools necessary, alongside the need to provide education to the masses, consistently with Arendt's warning. And anyway, Bookchin also thought that an anti-authoritarian municipalism presupposes forms of autorité in this Kamyshlo sense, let's say. The individual competence in managing social affairs, he writes about in The Ecology of Freedom, anticipating arguments of the meaning of confederalism 8 years later, in 1989. Confederation is the ensemble of decentralization, localism, interdependence, and more. And this more, writes Bookchin, is the indispensable moral education and character building, what the Greeks called paideia, and confederalism, in effect, must be conceived as a participatory democracy with a scrupulously supervised system of coordination. So this is the last slide. The paideia is basically the diffusion of autorité in society, again in this Kamishlo etymological historical sense, in order for the individual empowerment through knowledge to become collective. And the Perwerdedi revolutionary education organized by the confederal institutions almost qualifies the revolution as such. So maybe it's because of this that I find that also this concept of competence and scrupulously supervised system of coordination, or the revolutionary effort mentioned by Bookchin, acquire a very clear trait, again in the explanation by the friends of genealogy in that seminar, that to conclude, I'm quoting for the second time. They say that at the time, the process of creating the communes is one of the most important facts and one of the greatest successes of this revolution. Even in this field, though, there is no shortage of problems. We can take the example of polygamy. At present, the communes do not have the prerogative to decide whether to maintain the ban on polygamy decreed by the democratic autonomy or whether to reintroduce it. This power now lies with the cantonal coordination. Society or the people are not the party. The primary function of the party is to bring education to the people so that they begin to think democratically. When this has happened, when people are able to organize themselves, then the party will have to step aside because it will no longer be useful. For now, however, the party has cadres in the councils, although the majority of the figures in the councils come from the people and have gone through education or otherwise contribute to the revolution without belonging to our organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Davide, for this wonderful presentation. I'm now giving the word to Azize. Are you with us, Azize?
Hi, yes, I am. Hello. Okay, the first, thank you very much for this opportunity, just take a part in the anniversary of Marie Bookchin's birth, and I'm very grateful. And my presentation, I just share my screen. Can you see that?
Yes, it's
okay.
Okay.
All right, so that's perfect. Yeah, I'm Azize Cay, who is a PhD student at Sheffield Hallam University, and I'm working on non-hierarchical social movements and their interactions, social interaction in the social system. And I'm going to argue that the non-hierarchical social movements reproduce hierarchical relations through social interactions and people mindsets, which is their identity, their emotions, and their desire, which comprehends the people's mindsets. And the reason that I have chosen this topic, as a social movement, because the Murray Bookchin's his arguments on the failure of the revolutionary project inspired me to explore the influence of the informal hierarchy on the recreating hierarchical social relations. Murray Bookchin, who is a libertarian socialist and political theorist, developed the theory of social ecology in the 1960s as a response what he perceived as the failure of the Marxist and contemporary Marxism and contemporary anarchism. Well, I think as capitalism, it's still here, and the socialist experiments have so far been unable to create an egalitarian and free society. I think it would not be wrong to say that all radical attempts must so far be considered as a failure. And saying with that, the democratic confederalism has inspired so many radical social movements, and they give hope to these radical social movements, and also the democratic confederalism received some solidarity from this radical social movement. Before I just go into my presentation, I just would like to say, because of the reflection, rhetoric and discourses, I'm going to use the democratic autonomy over the Rojava. I hope I can manage that, because I'm just get used to say Rojava, but because of these, the balance that I would like to keep in mind, that the discourses also prepare our social actions. So because democratic autonomy of northern Syria is more comprehensive and it's more appropriate to its ideology, I'm just going to use the democratic autonomy over the Rojava. Who are the Kurds? And the Kurds are seen world's largest group without a home country on their own. And their fight for independence and their autonomy has lasted more than a century. And their population, 30 to 40 million people worldwide. And the majority of Kurds live in Turkey. It's called Bakur, which is North Kurdistan, and followed by Iran, which is Rojava, East Kurdistan, and Iraq, which calls South Kurdistan as a Bashur, and Syria, which is Rojava, Western Kurdistan. I just mentioned this because we've seen that split of the Kurdish people, which was promised by Western powers to establish a Kurdish nation state. However, it was a failure to create a nation state. And after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, the modern Turkish state was established in 1923, and there was no place for the Kurdish state. Since then, Kurds had unprotected status in Turkey, Iran, Iraq, Syria, and they faced persecution and assimilation by these states and their government. As a result of this assimilation politics, the PKK was established in 1978 in Turkey by Abdullah Öcalan, who is the leader of the Kurdish people, and they start armed struggles against Turkish state in 1984. The party's ideology had mixed Kurdish nationalism, socialism, and Marxism, Leninism by then. In 1999, Öcalan captured by CIA and charged to life in prison in Turkey, and he is still in prison in Turkey. So after his capture in 1999, his ideas turned towards the thought of Mary Bookchin. He directed the PKK to move away from its Leninist focus on the capture of nation state towards the Bookchin's ideology of communalism or philosophy. And Bookchin communalism are moderated under the name of the democratic confederalism by Abdullah Öcalan. And I'm sorry, I'm just going to get back. We've seen that the democratic confederalism, there are key actors of the democratic confederalism that we could say it's the YPD, YPJ, YPG, and TEVDEM. And the YPG is PYD, sorry, is the main governmental organization, and this is the group who took the control of the Rojava territory, democratic autonomy, and the Women Protection Unit, YPJ, and People Protection Unit, YPG. And TEVDEM, it's the combine of the political, different political parties and the civil societies as well. And basically, the democratic confederalism, it's the comments are the main principles of the democratic confederalism. They functions from the comments, and they go to district neighborhoods and villages, and then districts, peoples of councils, and people councils of Southwest Kurdistan. It's from IBOA and flags, but in 2018 that is changed, that people councils of northern of Syria, which is, I think, show us the awareness of the discourses is also implemented in democratic confederalism. And democratic confederalism functions through communes, and that opens its doors to everyone, regardless of their religion, language, race, or gender. The communes are the most basic units, self-carrier of the self-government, and they gathered under the umbrella of Malagals, which means people's house, and there are around 14,000 of communes in the autonomous administration and 7 Malagal, to which these are affiliated. There are different communities in each communes, which are the women, youth, economy, peace, and self-defense. And the semi-autonomous, direct democratic, and regional cantons are united by a confederal structure and administered by popular and revocable delegates and controlled by citizens. And the core principles of democratic confederalism is ecology, grassroots, democracy, and feminism. And democratic confederalism declares to provide a peace, democratization, equality, ecological justice, and it aims to increase the importance of the locality and the women emancipation. In this sense, we have seen the macro level achievements in democratic autonomy. And feminism as a political struggle aims to overcome patriarchal, structural, and systematic discrimination and oppression of women within families, communities, and society at large. With this regard, genealogy is established as a women's science, which is a governing principle of the democratic confederalism. And we have seen the Congress Star as well, which is the NGOs of women, and they developed so much project that involves women into economic, social, and cultural life in order to empower women. The YPJ are the armed forces of women groups. They are not only fight against the ISIS, but also patriarchal structure of the regions. And the communes are functions through the grassroots. It's the same things for the women's, the communes as well. And also, again, another project that's established by Congress Star, which is Jinwar, is a women village, which is taught by women in schools, military enforcement, and communes. Women also developed Jinwar for women who suffered any kind of violence and give self-education in here. So these are the all achievements I'm sure there is many, but this is the major ones that I just bring up with this presentation. However, there is also some critiques going on about democratic confederalism, which one of the biggest critics is the dominant ideology of Abdullah Öcalan. Not only ideological, in the political, educational, and social sphere as well. And also there is another critics made on democratic autonomy. It's the Human Watch report says that the PYD are doing the arbitrary detention for the people who are not really support of the democratic confederalism. And again, very similar critiques made by Amnesty International. It's 2015 that for the Armenian peoples, they are located and forced displacements and demolition in northern Syria. So, considering the evaluation, the self-evaluation and the self-critiques of democratic confederalism, these are happened in 2014 and 2015, which was, the system was very new. However, the news came by Fehim Taştekin in 2019 that he says in one interview he made with the Armenian people that the Armenian peoples, they say that the Kurdish people, they use their dominance, having falling in martyr as one of the hierarchical relation on Armenian people and use an excuse to deport Armenian people from their houses. And again, these are the one pictures that I just took from the Amnesty International website, arbitrary detentions and unfair trials by the PYD. And all these critics just make me to think about what is hierarchy really? When we talk about the hierarchy, are we talking just institutional hierarchy? It's just organization, it's just the state, it's just institution that we are created. And then I just got the social hierarchy of Thomas Diefenbach. He just made this distinction, the hierarchy, formal hierarchy and informal hierarchy. And he says that to eliminate the social hierarchy, we need right institutions and also right people. I'm saying the right people in here. And formal hierarchy refers to the institution, and informal hierarchy refers to the people, which is the people's social actions, their behavior, their attitudes, their identity and emotion that really shape their social actions. And then I just draw on Mary Bookchin's the definition of hierarchy, which is defined hierarchy as a psychological, cultural, and social system of obedience, coercion, and commands, which means in here that we are not only focusing on the institutions, but we are also focusing on the psychological and the cultural domination of hierarchy. So when we say the informal hierarchy, it's made of the oneness people mindsets, which is identities, emotions, and interests, and the people's social actions, which is their behaviors and attitudes and interactions. And there is a dialectical relationship between the people mindset, it doesn't matter whether it's superior or the subordinates, they are dialectical relationships. So our identity is shaped, our social actions and our social actions is going to shape our identity. So coming from here, as we already mentioned about the institutional changes in democratic confederalism to eliminate hierarchy and hierarchical relations, first, the state, and that's why it's a paradigm, stateless paradigm. But we see so many symbols that really refers to the state. When I say that, I don't want to say because it's wanted, but it might be still desired one, which is very understandable, not to say the right, but understandable, considering all the persecution and the assimilations that the Kurds have received in the history. We have got so many discourses that shows the tensions between rhetoric and also theory. We have seen that this is a stateless, like particularly Salih Muslim, that he said that we are following the idea of the Öcalan and his philosophy. We are trying to create a stateless confederation that covers all peoples who lives in democratic autonomy. But at the same time, we heard in an interview that he gave about the border of the democratic confederalism to Rudau, that he mentioned that we are responsible to make the dream of the Kurdish people to become truth. Beside these discourses, these contradictory discourses, that we've seen that so many elements that really refers to the Kurdistan as a nation state. And again, we see the Abdullah Öcalan's pictures, it's everywhere. In the political and social and the educational sphere. As Hediye Yusuf, she says that there is nothing wrong to really being guided or to follow the Öcalan's ideology and philosophy. And in my opinion as well, there is nothing wrong with that. Because as we see, this is based on the voluntary actions. However, if we think that it becomes a domination on others, then yes, it might be considered, and I think it should be considered as an hegemonic or hierarchical power of an institution or a person, which we know that Abdullah Öcalan, he is not referred to as a person, as Pınar Dinç, he writes very well, I think, in his articles, that he refers to an institution, we say in Turkish, önderlik, which is leadership. And again, these pictures that shows the political, the social spheres. As I said to you, there is nothing become problematic unless the ENK says, this is very 2020, the one demonstration happened in democratic confederalism, and it says that it's increasing the oil price, but at the same time, it's the arbitrary detentions of the NKSA's members, political members in Communalism. So even if it's the best idea to create democratic confederalism in Rojava, is it the things that is forcing or arbitrary detention that it's made oppositions even to create the best ideological or the political life in democratic confederalism? I mentioned that, of course, I don't want to say that this is what wanted in democratic confederalism. However, it is desired one, being united or creating a Kurdish state. As I said, it's not maybe wanted, however, it's desired. And we all know, and it says that the desirability of the Kurdish nation state, still so many people, they are dream of it. Bearing in mind, revelation is seen as a process of raising consciousness and giving ideological guidance. And we see it very well that's going on in democratic confederalism. The self-evaluation it's made. We see that, for example, Yakutiya Star, which was established in North Kurdistan in Turkey, they changed their name as a Yakutiya Star, a Congress Star, because it's more comprehensive and because it's covered all other nationalities, Arabs, Assyrians, or different religious Christians as well. And also similar to that, as I already mentioned, the social contract in Rojava then is changed in 2018 as a social contract of democratic autonomies of northern Syria. So again, this shows us the evaluation of the people, they are self-critics as well. It's going on there. And I just would like to say all these things. I just bring up this informal hierarchy because it's not something unique to democratic confederalism. It's something to do with all social movements, that who creates non-hierarchical social movements, because of that we have been facing hierarchical relations and we have been still living in a hierarchical society. It's not easy to overcome all these the hierarchical mentalities, as Bookchin refers to. And because the democratic confederalism is home for so many radical social movements because of their ecological and direct democratic and also the feminist perspective. And that's why I have chosen the democratic confederalism as a prototype that we can take as a model for most of the non-hierarchical social movements. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Azize. I would like now to give the word to Georgios Daremas.
Okay, greetings from me. Due to time limits, time constraints, I will heavily edit my presentation. I hope some of the coherence of the argument will remain. My topic concerns two fundamental ideas of Bookchin's philosophy of his dialectical naturalism, in particular the notions of continuity and subjectivity, which he argues are constitutive of both nature and society. Continuity involves both the passage from first nature to second nature, and at the same time grasps the continuum of social history as a dialectical tension between freedom and social hierarchies, expressed as ambiguities of freedom. Subjectivity involves a form of active transformative power that characterizes not only the human species, but all life forms in their reciprocal interaction in between themselves and with their ecosystems. I will argue now that the original idea of subjectivity, which is congenital to all forms of organic existence, exists already in a developed form in Hegel's philosophy of nature. Bookchin regards himself as a dialectician and draws many ideas from Hegelian dialectics, a major one being that in the process of becoming of substance, materialized as nature and spirit, Geist, the change of forms, the transcendence or supersession of one form by a higher form in the developmental process, the higher form has not jettisoned the previous form, but it has incorporated it on the way to the full realization of its inherent potentiality of being. Hence, continuity of substance exists beneath the variegated sequence of forms. For Bookchin, such continuity underpinning the changing forms grounds the unity in diversity that characterizes both nature and society in their directional movement from simplicity to complexity to ever more differentiated forms. Now, the theoretical moves, actually, Bookchin is a revolutionary thinker in more than one sense. Apart from exercising a radical critique of the late or postmodern world, shaped and ruled under the hegemony of capitalist accumulation, he adumbrates a rather unique attempt in 20th century philosophy, namely to field a philosophy of history that accounts for the origins of humanity, of society, and its millennia-long historical development. In dedicating himself to construct such a grand-scale theory that encompasses the whole of humanity's socio-historical unfolding, he can be set along some of the most eminent figures in the history of human thought, like Kant, Hegel, Marx, and Weber. He consciously acknowledges the explicit influence of Hegel and Weber in the formation of his thought, and one can plausibly claim that he is implicitly influenced by Marx. If I have time, I will show that later. The theoretical move he makes is to immerse himself in the study of social and cultural anthropology and of historiography in order to unearth the essential features of long bygone communities of the past. He identifies by this way a type of sociality and mode of sensibility that such prehistoric societies evinced, which was radically different from our own, and especially in demonstrating a connection to nature such that they could be legitimately called natural societies, in essence. Now, what is nature? There is a forest of meanings associated with both the concept and the substance of nature. To disambiguate the concept of nature, I will employ a fundamental distinction introduced by Hegel, the distinction between the for us and the in itself. This distinction subtends Bookchin's thought, though it is not thematized as such. A case in point is the notion of humanity, which is continually referred to throughout his writings. Humanity, as an in itself, refers to the human species as a natural kind. product of the natural evolution of life on the planet Earth. Nevertheless, its very existence as such, let alone its unitary character, was not recognized throughout most of the human history. What is meant to be human and what was included under such conceptual designation was a matter of particular cultures, depending on the type of social organization, criteria of communal membership, and forms of social relationships each particular community lived by. As he puts it succinctly, in reference to the whole culture of organic societies, I quote, "The notion of humanity in which all human beings are considered united by a common genesis was still largely alien." Hence, the universal objective existence of the human species, its in itselfness, did not exist for them. Consequently, the for us refers to the understanding, the particular form of consciousness through which nature is being understood and treated accordingly. It makes all the difference if nature is conceived as an object to be manipulated or as a deity to be placated. Now, the grand historical picture Bookchin depicts evinces two major cleavages in the trajectory of human history. Initially, there existed pre-literate communities which evince an egalitarian form of consociation pivoted on the logic of the irreducible minimum that ensures the welfare of the community's members, regardless of their age differences, the sexual division, the differential capacities to contribute to communal sustenance. This harmonic coexistence, devoid of hierarchical relations, reflected itself in the form of engagement with nature, the natural habitat in itself in which such communities were located. The material conditions of their natural habitat determine to a great extent the conditions of their living by imposing certain inescapable limits. In this regard, nature constituted an in itself necessity. But what may appear as natural necessity in a dialectical reciprocal interaction with what kind of social needs appears in a dialectical interaction with what kind of social needs a given community lives by. For example, if there is no need for gold jewelry to ornament persons or monuments, whether gold exists or not in the natural habitat is of no consequence for the community, and the lack of gold does not constitute a natural constraint for the community as such. Hence, the kind of social needs and the intensity with which they demand to be satisfied determines in its turn the shaping of what is being conceived as both limitations and abundance in their own natural surroundings. Furthermore, the specific plexus of the community's social needs constitutes its communal subjectivity. I introduce this term, which does not appear in Bookchin's conceptual terminology, but I think it captures a main line of thinking that underlines his thought. By communal subjectivity, I refer to the social and spiritual condition of a unitary, self-dependent community that acts collectively to realize and fulfill its needs, and at the same time to modify them or to create new ones. Hence, social needs, cum communal subjectivity, relates to the natural environment not as a passive object exposed to its constraints, but as an active agent taking care of it. This active agency, instead of inertance, is conceived by Hegel to be congenital not only to the human species, but to all life forms, to life in itself. This dialectic of social needs as the expression of communal subjectivity is the germinal basis of what Bookchin considers to be a most essential aspect of an emancipated society, its rational capacity, I quote, to choose between alternative social needs. Given the development of a great diversity of social needs that capitalist-led material production has afforded, it stands to reason that in a post-capitalist society, ethically bound individuals will have the competence to abnegate needs which are detrimental to the sustainability of the natural environment and whose fulfillment supposes and sustains the relations of social domination. I would add that these rational choices among needs cannot merely rest on the individual level as a matter of personal choices, but must commit the whole society in their espousal. For in an interdependent world like the one we presently live, it would be irrational to have one self-sufficient community which uses renewable sources of energy next to a neighboring one that uses full-blown radioactive nuclear power as its source of energy. In my view, if municipal confederation is adopted as a form of social organization in future emancipated society, the issue of which social needs to prioritize will be a main subject of discussion and deliberation in the federal councils. Now, Bookchin reconstructs the in-itselfness of the for us of nature by the organic societies, showing that we exhibited a respect for nature expressed through animistic beliefs that animated on and honor natural phenomena as singular living entities, incorporated in the web of rights and obligations that regulated community life and thus treated as co-equal participants in communal life. Nature was part of their everyday life, and they themselves were part of nature, hence actualizing a genuine symbiotic relationship. From within pre-literate communities arose hierarchical relations. The originating structures are the sexual division of labor that leads to patriarchy and the formation of a gerontocracy that leads to priesthood, professionalization of religious functions in bureaucratic administrative enclaves, and later then class societies. Now, from the standpoint of dialectical reason, Bookchin is much influenced by Adorno's severe critique of abstract thinking. So he tends to denigrate abstraction and the abstract in favor of the particular entities and deities with which pre-literal communities communicated or interact. Nevertheless, there is a problem here. Also, his critique, let's say, of generalization. And I would like to make three points about that. First, pre-literate communities, all communities in effect, secure their physical natural reproduction through the abstract distinction between edible, not edible, and non-edible food. They may be unaware of the distribution of the distinction in terms of self-consciousness, but it constitutes a real abstraction built into their social practices of food gathering, cooking, and cultivation. Secondly, the social life is much affected by another abstract distinction, that between living and non-living beings, an ontological differentiation between organic life vis-à-vis inorganic matter, which earthly nature's fecundity has produced, a capacity of discernment which allows even animals to distinguish living bodies from inanimate objects. So, it is not only that they have the conceptual power to distinguish between a hawk, let's say, and a rock, but at the same time to designate particular hawks as belonging to the same species being in contradistinction to other living species. I'm referring to animals now. Thirdly, it is precisely due to a tacit idea of universality that they bestow equal respect to the the pre-literate communities, that they bestow equal respect to the particular entities instead of discriminating in favor of some particulars over others. In this sense, thought universals admits a conceptual egalitarianism necessary for any kind of ethical arrangement of a good society. Could we ever hope to have an emancipated free society if some are free and the rest are unfree? No. Or to respect one form of life, our own, and not life at large. So Hegel considers this the highest form of universality, what he calls the concrete universal, which embodies both the particular and the individual in a dialectical identity that instantiates the whole. So conceptual universality, which requires an actual social content so as not to be a merely formal notion, constitutes the ground of the ecological society, since, I quote Bookchin, an ecological society presupposes that the notion of a universal humanitas, which civilization has imparted to us, has not been lost. In other words, no ecological society can ever exist without a universal concept of humanitas. Now, Bookchin acknowledges, following Hegel, that the definition of a phenomenon is its very history of constitution. Consequently, both nature and society not only have a history of evolution that reveals their internal structuration, but also an inescapable continuity in their substantive existence. As far as such continuity, both in societies and in the human species, in organic life, does not mean that particular societies may not appear and disappear, or stars are not born and die and eventually die, but these are particular instances within their wholes. So only when we conceive nature as a whole and organic life as a whole, we understand that there is a continuous continuity. They're becoming. Now, the material ground of what nature means for us is the planet Earth, since it is the home of hitherto known life forms, and at the same time, it is the inescapable condition of possibility of sustenance. Earth, of course, is not an isolated body in the universe, but it partakes in a complex of interrelationships with other bodies, and Earth itself is dependent on the sun as a source of energy and illumination. So we're not talking about isolated systems that are only internally connected, but they are in dialectical interaction with other bodies outside of them. Sunlight, in particular, is a necessary condition of existence of life, not only due to photosynthesis needed by plant life, but without light, there is no human sense of vision, no distinction between day and night, no perception of the external world, no production, and in effect, no possibility of human existence, both naturally and socially. Now, the social and the natural histories of humanity and of Earth intersect in multiple ways. The natural geological evolution of Earth made possible the generation of life. The evolution of life made possible the emergence of the human species as a constitutively social being. The biological constitution of the human species made possible the formation of social groups living in communal interdependence. Social coexistence became the basis for the creation of a great diversity of social forms and relations, both within communities and in their interaction with the non-human natural world. Since social coexistence is an ontological presupposition for the formation of any human community, it follows that the principle of cooperation attains ethical primacy over the principle of competition. Cooperation vouchsafes the integrality of communal social bonding, while competition breeds conflict and animosity vis-à-vis fellow humans. Bookchin espouses, without acknowledging it, Marx's socio-naturalist doctrine, which says that, I quote Marx from German ideology, we know only a single science, the science of history. One can look at history from two sides and divide it into the history of nature and the history of man. The two sides are, however, inseparable. The history of nature and the history of man are dependent on each other as long as man exists. End of quote. Bookchin took up the challenge to conceptualize the interconnection of social and natural history, and this constitutes a seminal contribution to the history of human thought itself. He identified a major cleavage in the history of humanity, the dialectical emergence out of pre-literal organic societies of an urban-based civilization, which was organized by social hierarchies, which gradually led to class societies. The formation of hierarchies generated relations of domination and later economic exploitation, destroying to a considerable degree the egalitarianism that permeated organic societies and the principle of equality of unequals they lived by. It is the social entrenchment of hierarchies and the massive reduction of human beings into objects of domination and exploitation, like slavery, patriarchal subordination of women, subservience of religious believers to priesthoods, serfdom, disciplined labor, that has created the desire to treat nature as an object of human manipulation. It is the imaginary construction of a hierarchical worldview that reflects the actual existence of hierarchical relations and legitimizes them, that it is then projected upon nature and imagines nature to be hierarchical in itself, as it happens in the sociobiology's construction of the animal realm. Now, and at the same time, this projection of hierarchical conception onto nature presents nature as an opponent that needs to be tamed in order to serve humankind's ends. Paradoxically, it is this very idea of taming nature, this authoritarian worldview attributes, in order to tame nature, this authoritarian worldview attributes to it a defiant subjective will to nature per se, that needs to be crushed. In other words, it anthropomorphizes nature. Bookchin's profound insight that it is the regimentation of social hierarchies that replicates itself in the understanding of nature and the striving to subjugate it has a rational and at the same time revolutionary consequence. To change the relationship towards nature in an ecological direction, it does not suffice to change the mentality in a pro-ecological way, but the very hierarchical society that subtends such mentality has to be abolished in the first place. This is the essential core of Bookchin's ethico-political philosophy of social ecology. No ecological disposition is really feasible. No nature-friendly accessibility is viable if the hierarchical society that generates the domineering attitudes toward nature is left unchanged or deemed to be irrelevant to any ecological causes. The continuity of nature-society nexus is argued to be based on certain biological facts, which determine the original social bonding and then consolidated socially through institutionalization. He writes, our earliest institutions were based on blood ties, age groups, and gender functions, all biological facts, yet distinctively social in that natural affinities are given structure and stability. In my view, Bookchin, in his argumentative fervor, in order to present the continuation between the biological nature and how it shapes the social, demotes the differentia specifica of the social constitution of these very biological facts themselves. In other words, he disregards or minimizes or trivializes the always already social mediation of their biological character. Quickly, blood ties are not a universal datum, given that paternity is often unknown, but conditioned by the diversity of criteria of kin affiliation, as the anthropologist Marshall Sahlins has shown. Even the two cultural worlds dividing women from men from time immemorial, premised on a sexual division of functions, presupposes a strict segregation of the sexes to the detriment of the fluidity of tasks and functions and activities taken up by the community as a whole. As far as age groups are concerned, the short lifespan does not suggest the existence of huge differences due to physical age, whereas it was ritualized social age that demarcated age groups rather than strict biological aging. Additionally, if elders were motivated due to age infirmities and incapacities to compensate by instituting hierarchical control over rites and religious practices, this suggests that it is nature, cum biological age, that led to the genesis of hierarchy. Now we have a problem here in the way Bookchin understands the biological continuity between biology and society by focusing on the biological infirmity due to age of the elders, led them to generate a hierarchical control of the society. So it is as if nature itself generated the hierarchy. It is biologically grounded. So this is an error in this conception of thinking. Let alone that the feeling of the elders as not being provided and that becoming a motive for the formation of a gerontocracy violates the norm of the reducible minimum that supposedly ensured sustenance within the community regardless of one's stations in life. But above all, it is the centrality of the natural mother-child bond and the naturalness of motherly love that calls for some reflection. It is true that biological dependency of the human infant is greater than that for other primates, but it is not so long as it's presumed to be. There is some ethnological observation in hunting-gathering Australian Aborigines that from the age of 3, a child is competent to gather food all by himself or herself. Furthermore, as observation from contemporary African communities has shown, breastfeeding is often done by other mothers in a kind of communizing sharing. Moreover, taking care of children is done communally, and often this social task is exercised by siblings and other kids, another instance of communizing socialization, rather than being an interpersonal mother-child relationship.
Giorgio, can you please conclude?
Okay, I'm wrapping up. I'll make this point. Lastly, a major part of socialization is conducted through play activities among the young and so on. Now, there is continuity between nature and society by the sheer fact that natural evolution biologically endowed the human species to be social and communally self-formative. So we don't need to claim that there is a direct biological impact on a human community social constitution and so extirpate the qualitative novel form in the history of nature's fecundity. In other words, we shouldn't eliminate the qualitative novel character of society being a self-formative subject. So a direct transition from nature to society is undialectical, since it lacks the element of negation that confers the form of novelty over and against the superseded form of the old. Now I'll just make another point and close up my presentation. The social is inscribed in fiscal materiality in multiple ways, and this is the responsibility of social reason to unearth its form. So human society is the non-natural within nature, conceived as inorganic matter, and at the same time, the human species is a post-animalistic animal as product of life's own natural evolution per se. I only want just to stress the fact that the fundamental idea in Bookchin's dialectical naturalism is that evolution leads to complex form. In other words, complexity somehow is the directional aim of the developmental process in the very in nature, and builds on that a kind of ethical principle. So I would like to say that the concept of complexity as the directional outcome of the self-differentiating process of nature does not have the significance Bookchin attributes to it. Firstly, complexity is not a primary concept, but a derivative one, dependent on the differentiation process itself. The more the process of differentiation develops, the greater the diversity of life forms. This is a good enough description of what has taken place as natural evolution. Differentiation has a double aspect. It is both extensive and intensive. Extensive means interspecies variety, intensive means intraspecific variation. So both processual conditions establish the fact that self-differentiation is the primary concept, and it is on this that we can build some kind of ethical basis for society. For example, out of self-differentiation, we can derive the idea of the development of individuality, and this provides a strong ground for an ethical critique of capitalism, which tends to homogenize and level down social effects upon diverse communities, that it destroys their individuality as communities. Secondly, complexity is not a value per se. It is a plexus of conditions that depends on its contextual embeddedness, so as to whether it can be positively or negatively evaluated. Surely, we can envisage a complex form of social hierarchy to exist that makes domination more effective and all the more difficult for the oppressed to overturn. On the other hand, we can recognize simplicity, the opposite of complexity, as a higher form of virtue, like Socrates' mode of living, on the rational ground that it promotes greater self-sufficiency, less dependency, in terms of use of natural resources and self-deployment. So the ethical gist that can be derived from nature's essence is organic, unity in diversity as a practical guide to the natural and social worlds. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Giorgio. We are moving, due to time limitations, to the next panel, which is the second session with title Political Practice and Activism. And I'm welcoming here Heval Tekoşîn, Thomas Murray, and Metin Guven. So we'll start with giving the word to Heval.
Hi.
Hello.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me.
Thanks.
This is going to be a bit fragmented because I'm in the middle of a revolution and I haven't planned it so well. I've been here in Anes. Anes is the Autonomous Administration of Northeast Syria. It's the new name for Rojava because it's a multi-ethnic society now, probably majority Arab now. And Rojava was a very nice word, but it was a Kurdish one. So it got changed to Anes in 2016. So I'll be using that. I've been here for 2 years, living with local people all the time. And I'm currently in a little village just outside Kamishli to the east of Anes, right next to the Turkish and Iraqi borders. And I read a lot of the works, all of the works maybe, of Bookchin before I came here, and was very inspired by it. And I very much, after 2 years here, regard this society as very coherent with the things that Bookchin was saying. And it was incredible to read those theories and then see it in front of my eyes, you know. It was an incredible experience. And we all understand, of course, that this is a post-scarcity, non-productivist, non-consumerist concept and society. And because I'm here, I wanted to try and describe how that feels to be in that sort of society, rather than abstract theoretical concepts, which are incredibly important, of course, but because I'm here, I'll try and describe how it feels. So when I say non-consumerist, houses here are empty. The very rich family that I know and the very, very poor families that I know, both sets of rooms are completely empty. There's just mats around the edge. There's just no things in the rooms. There's nothing for the children to play with or anything like this. It's just people. And of course, in this society, because it's very much a living social organism, a society, People are moving in and out of those houses all the time. You know, you never arrange to go and visit someone. You just turn up. And if they're not there, you know the neighbors anyway, but you will afterwards. You talk to all the people around you. There's very little planning in this society. Because it's non-productivist, that means things like efficiency are not top priority. It means that people work very much less and they have very much more time during work and after work. So yeah, I wanted to share a little. One time during my education here, actually, I went on a revolutionary ideological education for internationalists. And there was a lovely moment where I actually saw Bookchin's theories right in front of me. It was wonderful. So after education each day, we have a tech mill. This is where everyone sits around and they criticize each other and criticize themselves. And this is very common, especially in revolutionary circles. And that day, there were 3 criticisms. The first one was that one of the comrades had eaten all the bananas and not left any for anyone else. And the second criticism was that one of the comrades had talked constantly in one of the question and answer sessions after the education and hadn't left any time for anyone else to talk. And the third one was that one of the comrades wasn't doing their fair share of cooking and cleaning. And I imagine you're all going to know what happened next. The school responsible, one of my favorite people here, she's very direct and a very incredible person. She said, "Your strange European concepts of equality are not welcome here." And she said, if one of our comrades eats all the bananas, then we're happy because we love our comrades. We get more bananas tomorrow, there's no problem. If one of our comrades is especially excited to talk about a specific subject, we love our comrades. We're always very happy to listen to them. There's no problem. And about the sharing work, this is something I realized after about 6 months here, is that people don't share work here. They don't measure the amount of work other people do. They don't attempt to equalize it. There's been periods here where I've worked 12-hour days, 7 days a week, and my friends have just sat around drinking coffee and smoking all day. And I don't care anymore either. This kind of measurement of people and the work they do with this efficiency and productivism, of course, was rejected as well. And because it's not productivist, this means generally in society, generally in work, in life, everyone has time for each other. So I'm going to compare it, because this actually happens in Europe as well. My experience is also from Europe, so I compare it to there. So I'm going to try and attach it to that. So it's like the feeling, maybe if you're in a village or a city neighborhood, when you go into the shop and you just spend ages having a really wonderful conversation with the shopkeeper. And it's a wonderful feeling of well-being, especially if it's a stranger, you know, and you suddenly have this huge connection with a complete stranger, really lovely conversation. Both people have loads of time for it. It's a wonderful feeling. And in fact, it's actually a story to tell in Europe. You know, you know, if you're walking past a house and you end up talking to someone there and then drinking tea with them and spending several hours with them, it would be a story to tell. It's just a wonderful little experience. If you tried to tell those stories here, people would just look at you blankly, you know, because this is the norm. The feeling here is just constantly 24/7. Well, I mean, not when you sleep, obviously, but you know, it's all day, every day. It's this feeling of everyone having time for each other, everyone being super curious. Curiosity is, I think, a major thing here. When you come to a meeting, like the meeting where the person talked all the time, people don't have agendas here that they want to get everyone else to agree with. They're incredibly curious about each other and really, really seeing each other's emotions. And after a while, you can sit, you know, I'm sitting through meetings without really needing to say the things that I wanted to say. I'm not plagued by it anymore. And so the ego has reduced. The people here, their egos are so incredibly small. It's in comparison to my knowledge of culture in Europe. And that also means their defensiveness is incredibly small as well. And when you've got both those things, it means that group harmony is incredible. I mean, the amount of harmony in the local people working together, Marxists and anarchists, Muslims and Christians, atheists, Kurds and Arabs, the amount of harmony is just incredible. And it's really at the coalface here, you know, sorry, maybe an English term. I mean, sorry, I'm really looking at the, what did Bookchin call it? The unbridgeable abyss. Because we see when the internationals are in meetings with the local people, you see the real epistemological difference in the way that they're thinking, you know, and the agendas that they have and the defensiveness and the insecurity as well. So there was I came downstairs one morning and I was living with about 15, I think everyone was Kurdish in this particular team. And I believe in animal rights. I'm a vegan. This has always been very important to me, but there's really no knowledge of animal consciousness here in Rojava at all. And one of the other guys, he was picking the cat up and hitting it round the face for fun. And we have these tech meals quite often. And I said, for me, the cat is getting afraid, they can feel it. And this is something that makes me sad. And the guy got really excited and happy that he could do something for me that would make things easier for me. Just zero defensiveness. And of course, stopped doing it, and everyone stopped doing it. And so I think one of the key things is the lack of insecurity. No one needs to be respected here. In fact, it's a crazy thing, and it makes everything so much more easy. You know, if someone tries to make a decision without including me, I did get very defensive about it. I felt disrespected. And that hasn't gone, but it is reducing. And that means when groups work together, people just do things. They don't need to consult each other. There's no consensus here. No one ever looks for consensus. You know, one morning I came down, someone had rearranged the kitchen for like the second time in 1 week, and I couldn't find anything. I couldn't find the spoons, in fact, for my pot noodle. And it took me a while to get it, and it was a bit frustrating. But none of the local people care about that. No one gets offended by it. No one needs to find a spoon fast. No one is constantly trying to optimize their micro life, trying to work out how to do things quicker all the time. And I still do sometimes, but it's starting to go away. And this is one of the feelings of freedom in the mind, I think. Sometimes I have to be on time for something. So for example, I teach English to the students at Rojava University once a week, and I have to actually be on time for that. And it happens at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So the first time I did it, I didn't have a car. So I talked to one of the chauffeurs in the morning, and I said, I need to be at Rojava University for 1 o'clock because I'm teaching English. And this happens a lot, but I got a look of just a blank look, just didn't understand the concept at all. Not that they didn't want to do it, and they just didn't understand the concept of what I was talking about, and just looked at me blankly for 5 minutes and then said, well, can you ring me 5 minutes before? And I did that, and he was in another city and couldn't help. There's no planning here. You can't plan ahead, because a lot of the things you do are in reaction to people's needs around you. So you work, but if a friend calls and said, my computer's broken, you immediately go there and do it. I work in IT. And so when I was in Sturk TV, and I came downstairs needing to go to the university for 1 o'clock. And I hadn't any arrangements for it. And this is when I actually realized what the system is, what the certainty is. There's no material certainty in Rojava. You don't know when anything's going to happen. You don't know who's going to come. You don't know who's going to be late. You don't really know what people are going to talk about. You don't know how people are going to drive. There are no traffic lights. Everyone goes every way. There is no real material certainty here. But I came downstairs at Sturk TV, and there were people sitting there in the lounge, and everyone got up and started being curious. And I said, like, I need to be at the university in 10 minutes. And everyone rang all of their friends. And within 5 minutes, there was someone outside who I didn't know and have never seen again, who took me to the university. And I arrived on time, actually, that day. And what I'm trying to say is that whilst you cannot, I mean, in revolutionary life, certainly, there is no material certainty. You don't know when things are going to happen, and you can't plan. But actually, it's true of everyone's life here, a shopkeeper as well. You don't really know when they're going to open the shop. And when I went to the shop last time, customer came in and bought the table, and the shopkeeper, myself, and the customer, well, they're called customers, went back to the customer's house and drank tea off it. And we came back 3 hours later, and the shop door was still open. There were a couple of kids in there doing whatever. And in positivism, the shopkeeper would be breaking into the home delivery market, which would have a value, and he would be a supplier. But of course, all of that horrible mathematics around business and working life doesn't exist here. And so it's a very much more connected emotional experience. What was my point? Yes, my point was, whilst there is no material certainty, there is a certainty in Rojava that you can absolutely 100% depend on. And that is, wherever you go, every stranger in whatever situation will be immediately the best friend you've ever had. And that's not lip service. They will really do anything for each other, and it's totally reliable. You can, if you go and meet a friend, you can walk along the street and have tea and dinner with anyone. They will really, as an actual best friend, they will really try to make sure that you get done. Is that me that's past my time? Okay. Yeah, so this is the certainty. And this is why I don't worry about getting to my university appointment. I know I can just talk to everyone around me. They'll talk to all their friends, and a car will come and I'll get there. And I think this is a really important aspect of domination, because once you give up on material certainty, once you stop trying to plan it, once you stop trying to control it and make sure that things happen, whether you're in a meeting and you want to try and get everyone to listen to your ideas, or whether you just need to know how to get somewhere at some point, your whole mind stops trying to dominate. And in fact, it focuses on the people around you, connecting properly to them emotionally. Yeah, it's a very nice feeling knowing that everywhere I go, everyone's going to be my best friend.
Well, thank you so far, but can you please conclude so there is time for the rest of the speakers? And also there are already some questions for you.
Okay, I can conclude that. That's fine.
Okay, so I'll give the word now to Thomas. I'll please ask you to all to keep the time, so there is time for the Q&A in the end. Thank you, Heval. Thomas?
Thank you, Yavor. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, yes.
Perfect. Okay, thank you, Yavor, and to all the organizers for this opportunity to speak at the TRISE 2021 conference. I'm really delighted to have the opportunity to really acknowledge and celebrate Murray Bookchin's work and contribution. So my name's Thomas. I'm an anarchist from Ireland. I've been involved in anti-capitalist movements, social centres for the last 10 years or so. So still learning, don't have all the answers. But in today's paper, I'm trying to think through some problems that I'm approaching both as a theorist, of politics, but also as an activist, as someone who wants to see an end to capitalism, a system that's destroying us. But also to think through which of two recent proposals, John Holloway's Crack Capitalism and Murray Bookchin's Communalism, offers us a better opportunity to stop making capitalism and to create another world instead. Both Bookchin and Holloway, I think, are really essential writers and theorists for today's anti-capitalist movements. And I think they both have very distinctive revolutionary strategies or ways of thinking about revolution. Most importantly, in these kind of dark times, I think they provide a lot of hope that change is possible, and have distinctive ideas on how that can come about. For the sake of time, I'm going to pass over like the outline I give in the paper and developing the paper around Theodor Adorno's thought. Suffice to say, Adorno is hugely important as an anti-capitalist theorist of failure as to why the left didn't make a breakthrough in the 20th century. And he attributes this to the role of culture within late capitalism. Specifically, the idea is like, why don't workers have the subjectivity, have the consciousness to overthrow capitalism? So he makes the point that capitalism isn't just about domination. It is also about a rationality of domination, a mode of thinking that comes from capitalist kind of exchange relations. And I think touches on some of the themes that our comrade Tekoşîn was talking about it just there, in terms of that horrible mathematics, of logics of domination that are embedded within our everyday existence. Bookchin, a lot of his work, I think, owes an awful lot to Theodor Adorno and to Adorno and Horkheimer's Dialectic of Enlightenment. He draws on this idea that capitalism isn't just a sphere of domination, but also a rationality of domination. He draws on their ideas that man's domination of nature can't be separated from our domination of one another. Thinking through contemporary society, Bookchin again draws on Adorno to outline the relationship between the advance of urbanization without cities and the erosion of our individual subjectivity. In our urban societies, in our cities, we're acted on by these institutions outside our control. And for Bookchin, as Adorno, the public sphere of an overly centralized and overly bureaucratized society becomes arid. When the public sphere starts to degrade in this way, it invades the private sphere. So what this means is that the kind of subjectivity in a mass society begins to erode, and it makes us, as Bookchin puts it, fit material for mass culture, for very stereotyped responses, preoccupation with trivia. But Bookchin moves against and beyond Adorno's thought because he links mass urbanization not just to the erosion of our individual subjectivity, but to the undermining of civic culture. Freedom for Bookchin rests on creating a human environment that the individual, the subject, can comprehend, can manage, and thereby can grasp as an essential aspect of individuation. So equally, self-management is meaningless unless it rests upon a fully developed and autonomous self. And this relates a little bit to Azize's earlier paper, you know, when you're talking about hierarchy not just being about institutions, but also about subjectivity. And for Bookchin, the two are dialectically connected. You can't, even if we had fantastic institutions, unless you, in a mass society with the kind of culture we have, those institutions would soon become basically devolve back to hierarchy unless you have the subjectivities, the people who think differently and feel differently about hierarchy to animate them. This is the basis then. So Bookchin outlining this alternative loss of civic culture as capitalism developed. This alternative dialectic is his challenge and response to Adorno, I think, that yes, he agrees that we have a rationality of domination, that we have a loss of subjectivity in capitalism, but we can counter this. So he's puts forward an alternative proposal to Adorno to say we can counter this by humanizing the city through communalist politics, which is a revolutionary project to address local municipal concerns through direct action, and at the same time through building popular confidence in communal assemblies. The other theorist that I want to look at, and that I think is quite important, is John Holloway. John Holloway also engages and responds to Adorno and his account of non-identity. For Holloway, he approaches this question of how we go against and beyond capitalism differently. For Holloway, he thinks that, you know, how do we emerge from, you know, what Adorno describes as this kind of reification or the culture industry that erodes workers' self-consciousness and capacity to criticize capitalism and to develop a revolutionary consciousness. Holloway thinks this is the wrong way to pose the question. To put it this way, like to have this understanding of revolution and that people are somehow, you know, impoverished, or if you have a kind of limited view of people and their capacities. This is very much in line with the old Marxist-Leninist conception of revolution, that, you know, workers can only achieve trade union consciousness, therefore they need an enlightened vanguard to lead them to revolution. Holloway says, no, this is actually wrong, that within capitalism, that there is always in capitalism a fundamental tension, that workers aren't simply workers or abstract labor, but they can refuse this, and that they refuse this identity every day. So by doing that, by this kind of misfitting within capitalism, they refuse that identity. We refuse that identity to be workers. We choose to do something else rather than, you know, Holloway gives these examples of, yes, someone might be in work, but they might take time off from their screen and go and practice guitar. You know, all these kind of little fissures in a kind of logic of domination within capitalism. And for Holloway, these are little cracks within these kind of fissures of capitalist domination. The challenge of revolution is to how we can allow these cracks within capitalism to meld together, and that these very kind of subjective, determinate rejections of capitalism, how these can flow together in such a way that we expand the capacity for self-determination. So Holloway doesn't put forward any specific organization, organizational form for revolution, but he does agree with Bookchin that ultimately probably the commune, the popular assembly, is the best way to distill these various rejections of capitalism, the basis for us to come together. So while he doesn't put forward a plan, he does think there are certain principles. You know, the most important point of reference, as he puts it, is the council or the assembly or the commune, a feature of the rebellions from the Paris Commune to the Soviets of Russia to the village councils of the Zapatistas. So both Holloway and Bookchin come to this kind of shared understanding of the need for communal assemblies. We have very different understandings of how we get there and who's going to do that work. Bookchin places a much greater emphasis than Holloway on coherence rather than misfitting. You know, for Bookchin, communalism, I think, really involves a certain kind of character formation. You know, the Greeks called it paideia, you know, that the subjectivity needed for social self-determination isn't an individual pursuit, but it rests upon developing shared institutional and cultural practices to facilitate its development. Again, Bookchin says that's not sufficient in and of itself. There's a need for formal organization, a need for collective planning to animate communalist projects. And he justifies this approach on the basis of a reading of history and basically looking at the various third revolutions, as he puts it, where anarchists or various other revolutionaries of a libertarian bent didn't address practical problems of organization and leadership. So again, Bookchin differs from Holloway on this point around leadership. You know, he claims that, you know, unless you have these people who are kind of knowledgeable around kind of past revolutions, around practical direct democracy organizing, assembly organizing, you know, that things may not work out. And, you know, he kind of says, you know, contrary to some kind of myths, that the Soviets, the councils, the committees that arose in Russia in 1917, in Germany in 1918, in Spain in 1936, they didn't form of their own accord invariably specific militants, as he puts it, a euphemism for leaders, took the initiative in forming them and in guiding inexperienced masses towards the adoption of a radical course of action. So Holloway would challenge Bookchin on these points. I think he'd challenge him for his tendency, and the tendency on the left, to shift from the analysis of capitalism to these longer historical perspectives. Holloway doesn't think this is the best way to go. Firstly, because there's a very specific fragility about capitalism, unlike earlier forms of domination. And placing it in a long history may blind us to this. And secondly, that long historical approaches can tend to lead us into, as he puts it, an ahistorical idealization of the resistance of our movements. This can lead us to romanticize resistance movements, or generally located far away from us, either in geography or in time. And equally, as Holloway puts it, he thinks it's dangerous to make a dichotomy between inside and outside, between, let's say, purity, like basically a kind of purity politics, that those somewhere far away have the model or the best approach, and they're the revolutionaries that we can only look at and you know, support, rather than actually recognize that capitalism acts on all of us and that all of us have a capacity to resist. So that's where I think Holloway's critique of Bookchin is strongest, where he says that class organization is not the organization of dedicated militants, but the distillation of the drive to self-determination. I think for Holloway, the danger is that we project our own contradictions or limitations onto some sort of savior project, whether it's God, the state, the party, or even a communalist project that's supposedly free of those limitations. So I suppose in conclusion, like, while I think Bookchin's communalism really does answer and goes a long way towards a really positive project, addressing Adorno's concerns around the erosion of critical subjectivity in mass society, I think proposes to humanize the city, to foster individuality, a rich individuality through direct action, through direct democracy. These are all needed. Nevertheless, rather than romanticize such a project, I think Holloway has a lot to offer here, specifically on the fragility of capitalism, and you know, on that tendency to avoid that dichotomy between inside and outside, and instead allowing for the resonance of other kinds of actions, other kinds of anti-capitalist rejections of capitalism, basically to allow a certain kind of generosity, respect for one another's views on that. So when it comes to advancing anti-capitalist struggle, I don't think there are any certainties, only hopefully better questions. As the Zapatistas put it, preguntando caminamos, asking we walk. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much also, Thomas, for this very interesting presentation. So I'm giving now the word to Metin Guven. Metin, can you hear us?
Hi, yes, I hear you.
It's
now
great to see you.
I will share my screen. Do you see my screen?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yes, now we see it.
Okay. My subject is systemic cycles of capital accumulation and the future of capitalism. Do you see the first page or the header?
Yes.
Okay. Why is that subject is important? It shows us that capital accumulation was not possible without colonization in each cycle, and also industrial capitalism was not possible without capital accumulation through colonialism. It would provide insight into the future of the current fourth cycle, and also insight about the possibilities of the next cycle or the end of capital accumulation. Now I will briefly summarize those 4 cycles of capital accumulation and then make comments about the future of capitalism. Based on Brodel's work, the first cycle of capital accumulation began in Genoa in the 16th century. Genoa, which gained power as a satellite of the Spanish Empire, accumulated huge amount of capital through trade. Then the expeditions of Christopher Columbus of Genoa to Latin America paved the way for the colonization of South America and the genocide of indigenous people there. During this period, most of the gold and silver that came to Europe moved to China in return for luxury consumer goods. Genoa did not have an army to defend itself. Spain provided it. However, as Spain plundered the gold and silver in South America, England and France began to take their share through piracy. This caused ongoing sea wars between these states. Spain was defeated by England and the Netherlands on the land. He could not repay some of his debts to Genoa. It became more profitable for Genoa bankers to invest in the Netherlands. The Netherlands became the new address of capital accumulation. So the second cycle of capital accumulation. The Netherlands achieved the first capital accumulation through trade in the Baltic Sea. She increased this accumulation with the spice trade from South and Southeast Asia, total of 16,000 ships in 1650. Shipbuilding and merchant fleet were more efficient than their predecessors. Joint stock corporations with state-private cooperation carried out colonialism. Dutch East India Company did spice trade in Asia, and West India Company carried out slave trade from Africa to the Caribbean. The Netherlands emerged as a union of city-states. With the Westphalia Agreement, sovereignty problems among European states were resolved. A stable capital accumulation was achieved in the following period. The first full-time stock exchange was established in Amsterdam. The workforce and production potentials of the Netherlands became insufficient over time as competition became fierce. The economy became financialized as it was unable to sustain the expanding colonial system, and the capital accumulated there began to flow to England, where investments were more profitable. When England plundered India in the 18th century, it paid off its debts. On the other hand, French government couldn't pay its debts. Conflict between European colonialists persisted. Britain had the upper hand in the seas. Napoleon lost the war against England. Thus, England took the lead of the new cycle, which was the third cycle. England made a breakthrough in colonialism and trade by using the textile industry of India in the 18th century. After strengthening its own textile industry with capital flowing from the Netherlands, it banned textile exports from India. She tried to close his trade deficit with China by selling opium grown in India to China. He also used Indian soldiers in colonial wars. Also shifted mercantilist to free trade imperialism based on industrialization. During the Napoleonic Wars, the iron and steel production capacity increased thanks to the state's arm orders. After the war, this capacity was used to develop the railway network and later for ships. As England industrialized, its economy came to be dominated by family companies relying on cheap raw materials imported from the colonies and the United States. However, as industry grew in the US, which produced cheap raw materials such as cotton, investments in US companies and in German companies became more profitable. US companies did have vertical monopolization effective at every stage of production and distribution, comparing with family companies in the UK. And German companies were strengthened by horizontal monopolization. The UK has lagged behind in the newly developing chemical and electrical sectors. The economic crisis of 1873-79 marked the end of the British-led era. After the biggest economic crisis in history, there was financialization of economy and an optimistic recovery period. However, the ensuing crisis brought two world wars, and the collapse of colonial system. After World War II, a new world order was shaped on the basis of the US dollar, the IMF, the World Bank, and the UN. Classical colonialism gave way to neocolonialism. Direct occupation gave way to bilateral and regional agreements, political manipulation, and the threat of occupation. Keynesian policies and state interventions became dominant in economy. There was steady growth until the 1970s. But when the US ran out of oil, this led a spike in oil prices and a global economic crisis. As in the previous two cycles, when the labor cost increased in the leading country, the industry shifted to other places, and in that case started to move to southern countries. Neoliberal policies and new information technologies introduced in the 1980s briefly stopped the decline in profitability. The 1990s were years of optimism, which was called new economy, and financialization of economy. The military and political power of the United States, which had lost the Vietnam War, continued to erode. After the 2001 crisis, the US tried to strengthen her hegemony with the invasions of Afghanistan and Iraq. Both cost trillions of dollars and became difficult. The 2008-9 crisis brought domestic and foreign borrowing to record levels. Trillion-dollar bailouts neither stimulated the economy nor led to inflation. Period of financialization and emerging economies that started in 2002 revealed the forces of a new cycle, especially in China. As a result of the decline in profitability in the West, capital flowed to emerging economies, especially to BRICS countries, including China, India, Russia, Brazil, and South Africa. The coronavirus crisis stalled the economy in many sectors and triggered a new crisis of this cycle. This diagram shows Brodell's secular cycles of capital accumulation. I will not go through, I have already summarized it, but we can see that every cycle starts with an economic expansion, then competition increases, intensifies, and then we see a signal crisis of that cycle. And the following is the financialization of the leading economy and flowing capital to emerging countries. And one of the emerging countries becomes a new leader of the new cycle. But before that, we see a conflict erupt, and during each cycle so far has thus ended with a 30-year period of war. However, currently there is no competition for new leadership. The only candidate for new leadership is China. We can assume that the 2001 Afghanistan war was the beginning of a similar 30-year war period, even though the intensity of limited wars is much lower. The collapse of fourth cycle would likely result in a multipolar world order, which means replacement of the IMF and World Bank with new institutions. After the global financial crisis of 2008-9, the G7 was replaced by the G20. This could be considered the beginning of age of hybridity, in which the Beijing Consensus is discussed as an alternative to the neoliberal Washington Consensus. After the collapse of each cycle, the state played an active role to start a new cycle by establishing joint venture companies taking control of colonies, or implementing the New Deal and Keynesian policies. In the following period, I mean at the end of this cycle, possibly during early 2030s, but maybe earlier, it can be predicted that the state will play an active role to shape capitalism for a new cycle. During these years, China is expected to be not only the largest economy, but also the richest country, possibly becoming leader in other areas, such as military and technology as well. At the same time, this transition is occurring in such a situation that climate crisis is extremely urgent. China will likely turn to eco-authoritarian solutions, and we might see liberal environmentalism either disappeared or be eclipsed. Eco-authoritarianism may trigger eco-fascism in the Western countries, as liberal environmentalism is becoming less and less effective. There is a possibility that the end of the fourth cycle may also mean the end of systemic cycles of capital accumulation, depending on whether mass movements demand a relatively just and sustainable economy instead of a blind growth economy that destroys nature. But such demands would only achieve a new domination system which suppresses capitalism without eliminating state domination, unless such demands are raised with others to end all forms of domination, like state domination, racism, colonialism, and also a demand to abolish the state. Final thoughts. Based on these predictions, the left needs to review its social analysis and targets of struggle and prepare itself for the possibilities of the new era. The left must adapt itself to the challenge of struggle for freedom at a time when state domination is increasingly prominent. This requires, to a large extent, the study of different state traditions, avoiding class reductionism and Eurocentrism, and also the study of the possibilities where the state might evolve in the future. Social ecology is crucial for these studies as it avoids class reductionism and Eurocentric teleological understanding of history. In one of the final essays, Bookchin wrote about the left in early 20th century. Quote, "The classical left did not consider other possible social trajectories that capitalism could have followed and eventually did follow that would make for its stabilization. Also failed to foresee, even faintly, the emergence of new issues that extended beyond the largely worker-oriented analysis of the classical left." Quote is closed. Now in the early 21st century, most of the left focuses on only neoliberalism as the last stage of capitalism and domination. The left needs to see possible social trajectories that state domination could evolve into and prepare itself for upcoming struggles. I will finish it here and so that we can spend more time for discussion. Thank you very much. You are mute.
Okay, thank you. So thank you very much, Metin. Thank you to all presenters so far. We have several questions. I'll first read some of the ones that are directed towards Tekoşîn, but also if someone else wants to answer or to comment on them, he's welcome. So the one is regarding the opposition be it activist, journalist, or a politicianist, how this opposition is being treated within the democratic autonomy in the ANES area. And then also there are two questions that are kind of similar. The one is Tekoşîn referred that people in ANES have, in Rojava, have small egos, they're less defensive, which is very helpful in the democratic procedures. So how does these anthropological characteristics came to be? And it's connected to another question that is, how much of what you describe is a result of the revolution and how much of it was already present in society? And finally, how does the non-planning thing work for complicated operations such as constructing a building? So Tekoşîn, and then if someone else wants also can comment.
Hi. Yeah, the first one, how much, second one maybe, how much was here before the revolution? I think it was all here before the revolution. And I think this revolution really can be viewed much better as protecting what is here from becoming positivist. And I would suggest that the revolution happened in Europe and the other places in the world to steadily go towards positivism. This is where Öcalan points the finger. It's the concept of positivism, the way that the patriarchy thinks. I was sitting in a bar 2 weeks ago in downtown Communalism. It's like a European bar, steel and glass. You wouldn't, cocktails and beer and stuff. I was sitting with my Kurdish friend, and there are cars going past, lots of young people walking past, and there's groups of women and women by themselves, and groups of men and men by themselves, and it's exactly the same as Europe. All the women, none of the women are covering their hair up or anything, and the clothing's exactly the same. And I said to my friend, it's really beautiful here to see, women walking around by themselves with their hair out and everything. That's an amazing achievement of this revolution. And he said, oh no, it's always been like this. And so it was like that before the revolution in Communalism. But the culture here, I mean, really don't. I've only been here for 2 years, but I don't think it was productivist or consumerist or anything like that before the revolution. I don't think that egos and defensiveness and insecurity would have been any different. Remember that Rojava is a very oppressed agricultural society, 70% wheat growing, and very much excluded by law from very much of the society in Syria. So it's developed differently. Should I stop now? There's the question about constructing a building. Should I go for that as well?
Yes, go ahead.
So this is a big and a really wonderful question to explore. I'm an IT expert, and I work on projects including trying to make the water and electricity systems here in Rojava work, because, I mean, we just don't have them really. It's all separating the stuff. Now, where has Rojava come from? Agricultural society. Here, everyone knows how to do everything. When my car breaks, I don't know how to fix it, but whoever is in the car will immediately just fix it. When my community next door started planting trees down the side of the road, I have a degree in civil engineering. I know things about cement and concrete that you couldn't imagine in so much detail from my degree. But I can't mix cement. I don't physically know how to do it. And every car that passed, every motorbike that passed, every person that passed, stopped. They got out, mixed cement for a bit, set up a line, helped build the wall. They all knew how to plant trees. It's this society where everyone knows how to do everything. Now, take that into a situation where you've got experts. Like, for example, the sort of expertise needed to make sure a building doesn't fall down, you know, without horribly over-designing it. And, you know, so the hospital down the road for me, which is incredibly modern and it's gone up very impressively, you need structural engineering to know if that's going to stay up. In my job, one of the problems is that expertise is not necessarily recognized as a thing. So when I try and make a decision about some electronics, and I've got 30 years experience of making that decision, the other people around me will just join in. And if they don't understand it, bad decisions will get made. The interaction with expertise is a new thing here. When I went to get my tooth fixed, I cracked a tooth, and I got to the dentist, which was associated with the revolution. The person who fixed my tooth had been picking it up, as in learning it by watching over the last 6 months. No degree, no research, just watching another dentist. What I would like to say about this is that it is not going to be the government that makes the decisions about how experts are understood in society. It is not going to be the government that
It seems that Heval is having some internet connection problems. Is everyone else hearing me? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
So until he is back with us, I would ask a question that was directed to Thomas. And the question is, I'm not sure if he saw it. It goes, it is not only organization, coordination, and participation that shape communal popular assemblies in Bookchin's thought, but the need of an explicit aritology, a rational ethics through which character building pedia is provided. This requirement tends to be sidestepped in contemporary discussions. Please comment on that.
Thanks, Daremas, for the question. And I think you're right. I don't think ethics are all that popular in terms of contemporary discussions within movements. So for instance, like within John Holloway's work, I think the emphasis is on subjectivity and not on building systems. And so he's very much about trying to work through our own individual subjectivity and how we can contribute to an anti-capitalist politics without the need necessarily for, you know, extending, you know, a very elaborate ethics. So that you're right. I think that is in contrast with like Bookchin's, you know, emphasis on coherence throughout his work. That it's not simply about a theory of history or an account of history, but it's how that relates to, you know, the development of an ethical framework as well. Like the development, you know, of beyond second nature, a third nature within that kind of dialectical naturalism, as he puts it. You know, like I think, you know, in practical terms, let's say within, you know, movements, there can be an emphasis on the end justifies the means. You know, both for our party today, yes, it's hierarchical, but we will have an anti-capitalist future at some distant point tomorrow. I think that the kind of council form you know, of development allows for participation here and now, and the kind of teasing out of ethical questions in that space. So I think that's where Holloway would say, yeah, that's how we come to an ethical decision, without necessarily going as far as Bookchin and saying, we need to have this more elaborate framework? It's a great question. So I'm going to think about it more, but they will be my initial thoughts. So thank you for that.
Thank you. I will give now the final word to Azize Cay, who wanted to comment on Tekoşîn's commentary. So Azize, you can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, I would be happier if he could also hear what I'm going to say, because I just don't want to talk behind. But regarding with
he reconnected, so he will be listening.
Okay, yeah. Regarding with the question of what was already there in the society, in democratic confederalism before and after. First, I just would like to increase an awareness of, when I say the hierarchical mentalities, I think we see in these hierarchical mentalities, even in these groups, to say that, I just would like to underline, having a headscarf or being as similar with the Western secular woman without headscarf, it's not the revolutionary things going on in Rojava. I mean, we know democratic autonomy. There is, even though the majority of people, they are Kurdish, and even inside the Kurdish people, that we know that there is Islamic people, women also, who wear a headscarf. We know that the Kurdish women particularly, they are our agenda with the fight against the ISIS, and the symbol of headscarf became this victory of the woman against the ISIS. However, not to have the headscarf or having a headscarf, this is not the issue. And we know we are going to see people with a headscarf, women with a headscarf in democratic autonomy, because we know there is Muslim, there is Christian, there is Yazidis people, and we know also this is that how they claimed that they can live with their culture, with their religion, is freely. But if we take the revelation on the behalf of what they just take off the headscarf, I think we are just going to think very similar what the official ideology of Turkish state made during the Republic of the establishments of the Turkish Republic. I mean, they just abolished all the religion, all the Arabic letters and everything just became more Westernist, more secular. But still the oppression and the domination of the state continued and still is continues now. So the point that I would like to make here, we will see, and we have to see, with different color, with different religions, with different languages in democratic confederalism, because this is how it's supposed to be. And if we see that all women without headscarf in there, it means there is a problem in there. Because we know there is a Muslim people in there also, and they live and they wear headscarf. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have to conclude the second panel of the conference here, as we have overseeded the time that we have. So we'll go for a 15-minute break. So in 15 minutes, we'll be back here to continue with the panels on libertarian municipalism. So we'll be expecting you guys.
Hi there, Ben. I think we're in the same session together, aren't we?
bien. Okay.
Well, I let you go, okay, right? Hello, everybody. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you, everybody, for being here. And welcome to the next two sessions. We'll be talking on libertarian municipalism. So the first hour, we are a bit short on time, but we will talk about experiences from the United States and Canada. And then we will have another block with 3 speakers. So just kind reminders to the speakers to keep your presentations on time so that everybody has enough time to bring the content they have prepared for these panels. And also for the viewers to write down your comments, whether on YouTube or on Zoom, so that we can read them afterwards and open a debate. And if Ben is ready to speak, I will just give the word to him.
Thank you. Hi, everybody, and thank you for the invitation to be here to share some thoughts with you. And thanks to the previous speakers as well. Very much, very interesting, very much enjoying. So the paper that my colleague and I, my colleague is Simon Davis Cohen, worked with me on Municipalism's Escape from the Colonizing Imperatives of Empire in the United States. And just a really quick background. I'm situated in Pennsylvania in the United States, and I've been working with the Community Environmental Legal Defense Fund for the past 17 years on community rights and establishing local community bills of rights, and also since 2006 on the rights of nature, so that ecosystems and human communities can be seen as united as part of the same reality. That's not something that's recognized in law under the United States. And so let me begin. I want to talk about the difficulties associated with establishing real local self-government, municipalism in the United States. And it has its roots in the US constitutional hostility towards community self-government. So when we were considering how we might practically apply the principles of Mary Bookchin's brand of municipalism within the US, we have to dispense with false legends of so-called American democracy. Experience shows that what's stopping municipal communities in the US from protecting the health, dignity, and rights of their residents and the survivability of local ecosystems is not a lack of need, will, or desire. It's the systemic limitations placed on political engagement. In the US, local self-government through community legislation that impedes corporate property's so-called personhood rights is made indirectly illegal or narrowly confined. From Bookchin, we learn a simple definition of democracy, which we paraphrase as the people affected by governing decisions are the ones who make those decisions. Similarly, Harvard's Gerald Frug, an expert on US municipal government, wrote that, quote, public freedom is the ability to participate actively in the basic societal decisions that affect one's life, end quote. It is these versions of democracy and freedom that are limited by US law on the local level for anyone challenging corporate hegemony. Municipal activists who test these boundaries quickly learn how the game is rigged, and that to establish true democracy and public freedom requires challenging or dismantling the fixed system. In the US, municipal activists are routinely repressed by courts that protect corporate property from municipal lawmaking. Bookchin understood that passionately working to mitigate the symptoms of injustice while leaving the causes unchallenged is the role of the reformer, while the radical activist must strive to discover, challenge, and cure the root causes of injustice. taking this distinction seriously, CELDEF, my organization, and our community organizers have worked to encourage neighbors and municipal governments to act on the premise that true democracy and freedom are achievable not by begging state and federal governments to acquiesce to community needs and aspirations, but by rejecting administrative systems of regulatory law offered as salves for exploitation and establishing community rights autonomously through local lawmaking. Through community rights organizing, my colleagues and I at CELDEF took up the work of deconstructing the oppressive foundations of the government of the US around demands for community self-determination. In 2003, we launched an educational seminar called Democracy Schools. Beginning in 2004, we operationalized this analysis by using what nominal municipal lawmaking authority exists to legislate locally while asserting local governance and protection of fundamental rights as a collective right of community inhabitants. This meant posing direct challenges to the oppressive structure. Though a bruising task, communities who had been abandoned and treated as sacrifice zones were willing to engage in this strategy, and their efforts have not only led to tangible gains, but helped expand the political imagination, as seen by a rising chorus calling for paradigm-shifting recognition of ecosystems rights, principled self-determination, and the abolition of certain corporate property privileges. With regard to the legal basis for federal denial of local democracy in the United States, I want to say a few things. The United States federal Constitution does not mention municipal governments, but that hasn't stopped the judicial branch from hobbling cities' powers to be a source of political clout for the poor. The US Supreme Court laid the groundwork for today's suppression of redistributive and bold local governance in 1819. That year, Chief Justice John Marshall and Associate Justice Joseph Story invented a legal distinction between so-called private and public corporations as a side note to the infamous Dartmouth versus Woodward decision. With no precedent to rely on, the court redefined public municipal corporations as extensions of state government having no incorporators and no legal agency independent of state authority. This maneuver was accomplished while simultaneously redefining charters of incorporation for newly minted so-called private business corporations as contracts between their incorporators and the incorporating state under the auspices of the Constitution's Contracts Clause. It was determined that so-called public municipal corporations enjoyed no such contractual relationship with the state. As a result, public municipal corporations were subordinated, while private corporations were elevated to the status of contractual equals to the states that chartered them. Unlike the status of corporate management investors, the residents of municipalities were deemed to be mere tenants living within the jurisdiction of a state-controlled municipal corporation. And the Dartmouth decision languished until the Civil War, even though it was established in 1819. And then politics shifted. At this time, the ruling was reinvigorated as part of a multi-pronged legal movement that resulted in the protection of overwhelmingly white-controlled corporate property from redistribution during and after the Reconstruction era. During this period, Dartmouth decision was applied to materially protect railroad and mining corporations. In 1868, a railroad lawyer appointed to the Iowa Supreme Court, John Forrest Dillon, spelled out what Dartmouth had tentatively accomplished for the propertied class. In City of Clinton versus Cedar Rapids and Missouri River Railroad Company, he revived Dartmouth with a ruling that protected a railroad corporation from having to comply with local lawmaking. He summarized his opinion years later in a legal treatise, writing, quote, "The great weight of authority denies in toto the existence, in the absence of special constitutional provisions, of any inherent right of local self-government which is beyond state legislative control, end quote. This Dillon's rule has been cited by courts, state governments, and proponents of state emergency management to justify the nullification of local labor contracts, minimum wage increases, worker benefits, environmental protections, and tenant protections throughout the 20th and 21st century. It was spun as a mechanism to protect against local corruption, which played directly into the racist tropes of local Black electoral activism following emancipation. Federal constitutionalism further restricts community self-determination by way of the U.S. Constitution's Commerce Clause. In short, local lawmaking that challenges profiteering is extremely vulnerable to being overturned by courts for interfering in commerce. This same Commerce Clause was instrumental to establishing a legal foundation for the continent-spanning empire coveted by the U.S. so-called Founding Fathers. In 1886, a time defined by backlash to emancipation of enslaved people and popular demands for radical redistribution following the Civil War, Chief Justice Morrison Waite's court decision in Santa Clara County versus Southern Pacific Railroad reaffirmed legal protections for corporate, predominantly white-controlled property by extending legal personhood status with Bill of Rights protections to corporate property. After suffrage was expanded for previously enslaved African-American men, the court jumped to the defense of corporate property, further insulating it from democratic activism. Such legal doctrines continue to obstruct forms of liberatory activism envisioned by the global municipalist movement. The judicially engineered ascendancy of corporate power, coupled with the subordination of so-called municipal corporations, continues to constrain modern fights for environmental and racial justice. Focusing on the centralized control over municipal activism in the US, I'll say that any minimally democratic system would contain space for local activism. Many people in the US think there are some inherent powers for communities to raise states' minimum standards, but instead, the opposite is true. Rather than setting minimum standards for social and environmental justice, states throughout the US have adopted maximum standards of protection, accompanied by, quote, ceiling preemption law, unquote, meaning that statutory limits are imposed on local lawmaking that exceeds standards set by the state. For example, on issues like the minimum wage, protections for water from fossil fuel extraction, tenant protections, and worker benefits. Today, local laws offering greater than state-defined minimal protections are routinely preempted and prohibited. This institutionalized form of repression is racist and threatens the collective political imagination as local attempts to raise standards and otherwise creatively govern corporate property are frequently quashed before they can spread to other municipalities. The ceiling preemption is justified by reference to John Forrest Dillon's Iowa court dictate from 1868. Today, it is applied nationally to municipalities in all 50 states and referred to as Dillon's rule. The rule was fully adopted for nationwide application to local governments by the United States Supreme Court by reference to Dillon's book in Hunter v. Pittsburgh in 1907. Under this regime, state power over municipal governments is absolute. We see manifestations all around us. For instance, in Flint, Michigan, an emergency manager was interposed between the people and their city government by the state, ostensibly to repair the city's financial crisis. The imposition of that local dictatorship resulted in the notorious racist lead poisoning of the population because the governor's unelected proconsul switched water systems to reap economic savings. My organization's work directly challenges this doctrine and advances new theories for balanced self-determination, including through advancement of state constitutional change, as well as on the local level, including the recent cases of Lincoln County, Oregon, in defense of a rights of ecosystems ordinance banning corporate aerial pesticide spraying, and Grant Township in Indiana County, Pennsylvania, where the community continues a 7-year battle to protect drinking water from a fracking waste injection well. These and hundreds of municipalities in which my colleagues and I have assisted to draft and enact community bills of rights, the rights of local self-government, the rights of nature, the rights of ecosystems, the right not to be poisoned. These bills have been enacted in hundreds of communities and remain in effect in numerous communities, and also have been challenged legally by corporations and overturned by US courts. Progressive reformers of the late 19th and early 20th century championed municipal home rule as a remedy for the democracy nullifying effect of Dillon's rule. But home rule, where it exists, has not fundamentally altered this power relation. For instance, Michigan is a home rule state, but this did nothing to protect Flint or Detroit from the state's regressive emergency manager law. In fact, Dillon's rule was evoked to justify the emergency management despite the presence of home rule. In the United States, the community rights movement shows some promise for the municipalism and the social ecology that has been championed by Mary Bookchin. People in the US are faced with social, political, and environmental problems that resist resolution because law empowers a wealthy minority at odds with the general welfare to govern. The US Constitution and its interpretation by the courts amounts to an arsenal of weaponized law, able to deliver special privileges to a property class. Certain legal mechanisms let those seeking profit to block policies that compete with their interests. These legal doctrines remove democratic rights from the public sphere and deposit them in concentrated accumulations of property. The oddity of attaching legal rights to property itself rather than to people roared into public consciousness with the Supreme Court's 2010 Citizens United versus the Federal Elections Commission ruling that affirmed corporate property's so-called personhood rights to finance election campaigns. Although the ruling shocked the conscience of average Americans, it was, as we've seen, not the first time the court had vested civil rights within inert property. When civil and human rights are deposited in property, that property is placed beyond the authority of people seeking to govern. For good reason, municipalities are prohibited from violating the civil rights of persons, but because corporations have won access to so-called legal personhood, this system of checks constricts municipal activism from infringing on corporate property rights. Another result is that contracts, which frequently enter people into exploitative private relationships, are constitutionally shielded from public intervention. This nullifies activist lawmaking seeking to intervene on behalf of workers and consumers. In sum, privileges secured by law for an opulent minority outweigh the right of communities to fashion society. Communities are left institutionally disadvantaged when it comes to taking meaningful action. As we've seen in books like Fearless Cities, and as colleagues at this conference have expressed, the global municipalist movement is truly a movement. It involves communities acting in their collective capacity and taking it upon themselves to not just theorize and talk about the oppressive challenges they face. They've begun to do what must be done, and this includes linking local movements and advancing systemic alternatives that encourage a pluralistic community of communities, mutually bound together by standards of protection and simultaneously free to test new ideas and push the envelope for radical self-governance. Through the organizing efforts of CELDEF, my organization, and Movement Rights and other groups, hundreds of communities in the US challenging state preemptions include small rural towns like Tamaqua, Pennsylvania, where the world's very first non-Indigenous recognition of inherent legal rights for ecosystems was enacted in 2006. In the face of state plans to enter into a private-public venture to import industrial waste into the community for so-called mine reclamation. In Halifax, Virginia, the town ratified an ordinance in 2009 declaring a right of the community and their local environment to be free from toxic trespass in response to a looming uranium mine proposal. In Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, the city council unanimously enacted a law banning fracking and recognizing the rights of nature under withering pressure from an activated community. With this ordinance, the city openly thumbed its nose at the state's prohibition against local regulation of fossil fuel extraction. Successes like these expand political imagination. The cyclical system of legal precedent, like a returning tide, may remove our sandcastles and return the shoreline to the blandness of a political horizon on which we're not present. But there's something that is not wiped away when communities encounter the self-replicating status quo. Success cannot be measured only by immediate victories. Instead, progress can be traced in step-by-step public awakenings to official injustices and forms of nonlinear change. These awakenings are initiated when communities dare to enact alternatives to injustice without seeking permission from the empire. To be sure, there are many instances in which U.S. cities have successfully resisted federal and state dictates. Sanctuary city policies have created forms of safety for people persecuted by official predation. A nascent campaign to defund police aggression against the communities that fund them is forming. Participants in the community rights movement in the U.S. have benefited from Mary Bookchin's invaluable work and look to examples in the global municipalist movement for next steps. These communities are eager to share with fearless cities around the globe what they have learned by daring to enact local legislation and envision structural change that embodies needed revolutionary change. They are keen to learn of other ways to create alternatives to entrenched injustice that can bring to reality people's aspirations for genuine democracy that protects people and the planet. Thank you.
Well, Ben, thank you very much for sharing your knowledge and experience. So, Robert and Bill, whenever you're ready.
Okay, thanks. I think it's going to be mostly me, although my colleague and comrade Bill Barrett is around as well. He's been helping me to put some thoughts together based on, actually kind of similar to what you're talking about, Ben, in some ways, about, but maybe on the flip side, you said that it's not for lack of desire and momentum that municipal level government doesn't have the power. It's because of systemic barriers. And really what we're trying to explore here is what we observe in local environmental conflicts around here, which are to a large degree have those characteristics of those reformist kind of environmental movements that Bookchin and others kind of railed against. But on the other hand, you can see these potentialities, like there's a movement towards trying to grab control of assert control at the municipal level, trying to transform politics in a certain way. And so that's kind of what we plan to talk about, looking at local examples of environmental conflict and activism. I do have some slides just so you don't have to look at my ugly mug the whole time. I'm going to try to share my screen here. Let's see if this works. Oops, that's the wrong screen. Read all my emails. There we go. Okay, does that look like a map of North America?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so this is where Bill and I are from. Guelph, which is in Wellington County in the province of Ontario in Canada. You can see there, nestled in amongst the Great Lakes is where we are, in a region called Southwestern Ontario, the southernmost part of Canada. Look at all that water around us. I've become interested in this water activism happening locally, partially because of that. We have water for the most part. We're not backs against the wall, but there's stuff in that movement that I find inspiring in a way. Even if it's not the grand and radical scale that it needs to be to get us there. But I would say also that Guelph has a unique relationship with Murray Bookchin. and social ecology, I think, at least for around here. There was for several years an affinity group here, social ecology affinity group, active here. We put on a conference at one point. Maybe Murray Bookchin was even here. Bill would know that. He's in the middle of all this stuff. We have had, at one point in history, a local municipal democracy movement, I think is the Movement for Democratic Guelph. We've even have two city councilors right now who came up through social movements who were inspired by a reading group where we covered a lot of Bookchin's work, inspired to try experiment with some sort of town hall style politics locally, in my ward, in fact, on a very narrow agenda dictated by a tiny bit of what's happening at municipal council. There's no recall, there's not a lot of uptake, but you can see there's experimentations happening. Not a lot of traction, but experimentation. But meanwhile, this is our county, Wellington County. Meanwhile, around here, you see actually quite a lot of uptake in terms of water activism and activism, other local environmental conflicts that reveal a real living demand for the localization of politics, for direct local decision-making power, where everything is vested in the provincial level of government, not municipal. You see even calls for moral economy through this conflict that we have with water bottlers, for example, and massive sand and gravel companies. And to some extent, you can see in these local movements some demand for even transforming the way that we relate to neighboring communities, politically and socially, economically, even how we relate in terms of water governance, for example, but also just in terms of the pursuit of justice and what people would say call environmental sustainability, maybe, and possibly even further than that, sort of reharmonizing society with nature. And so that's kind of what this is all about. There's some potentiality in these local movements, we think. It's not the same thing as libertarian municipalism, but there seems to be some elements there of stimulating and expanding the radical imagination, as Ben said, among other things. Pardon me. So one of the things driving the conflict here, just covers in the paper, is Nestle Waters came to town in 2000. Oh, pardon me, I'm kind of messing around here because I got this cough coming now. They bought out a local bottling plant. They got with it 2 wells where they pump water, and a bottling plant in that southern point there where you can see 3.6 million liters. People didn't like that. Opposition emerged a few years later and has been going ever since. In 2015, most recently, Nestle bought a 3rd well in a township called Center Wellington. Center Wellington Township, I'm going to mention again later, this sort of 3rd well near Elora. But this is kind of what has got a lot of people into the action. And for sure, there's a bit of a, oh my God, they can't do that here to our water. But as people get into the game, they seem to get deeper, deep in their philosophies, the analyses of what's happening, and their demands get broader, as it turns out. When you talk to people about why Nestle is bad, some people sure hate the company. A lot of people don't like the plastics, but often it comes down to people saying, commodification of water, can't do that. That's not something you can do. They talk about this massive profit making on a life good that shouldn't be happening. Kind of these little moral economy kind of statements. There's also been happening around here, we cover in the paper, the use of ministerial zoning orders, which they use widely in the US as well. But these are a way for the provincial government to allow municipal councils to get around environmental regulation, zoning bylaws in order to build the next Amazon warehouse or the next aggregate quarry or whatever. Very anti-democratic, anti-local type of movements. And in some towns, actually, people have felt that conflict. They see the limitations of the system that we have. They get involved and reclaim some power at the municipal level to the councils, and have been effectively able to push back against the power being imposed upon us. It shows a little bit of, it's almost very parallel to what Ben was saying about the municipal rights movement. as a way of community saying, you know what, this is we don't stand for this. We are going to reverse this trend. This is happening at municipal level in some places around here. And that's really what the paper is about. And so what we're expressing in the paper is that, one thing is just the yearning for that local participation and decision making is very much alive. On the water bottling permits here, municipalities don't really have a lot of direct say over whether or not the corporation gets it. That's a provincial level of government. That's just very much a sort of state level decision. But people don't stand for it. People expect and demand that decision making be brought back to our local community. So there's very much, despite that jurisdictional level, people are not satisfied to hear that. People want to grab hold of local power. Here's a gathering outside Guelph City Hall where our local municipality was trying to get put forward a resolution, even though it's just totally symbolic, resolution opposing Nestle's water taking in a nearby community. It's alive. There's potentiality here. There's something happening that might be harnessed towards a broader program of transforming municipal politics, we think. Another thing that becomes really visible is this idea. Here's Murray Bookchin talking about how the municipality constitutes the discursive arena in which people can intellectually and emotionally confront one another through dialogue, body language, personal intimacy, face-to-face modes of expression. This is very much the reality in, remember I said I'm going to talk about Center Wellington Township, where Nestle bought their most recent well. Nestle has since sold to another corporation, but I'm still going to say Nestle. It's just easier. In that township, Center Wellington, it's a small-ish town in a rural context. Everybody knows each other. A lot of people are related to each other. You see your town councilor everywhere you go around town. The way that the politics have happened there around this water bottling is the community very much rose up, and they have, through these personal connections they have to councilors, the general kind of sensibilities of the township, visible manifestations, because it's like such a direct form of politics, they've actually managed to bring their council around to say, you know what, okay, we're not going to accept this water bottling no matter what, even though the province says we must. And it has led, in fact, to a change in regulations that has now allowed for the municipality to veto these permits. This is a brand new thing. It's actually bringing, since still within the system, it's bringing some of that power concretely back to the municipality based on this idea of being in a situation, a human scale level of politics where there's accountabilities and interpersonal relationships and normal human interaction driving political decision making. So it's another place where we see this we see Murray Bookchin's theories alive in front of us, and it suggests potentiality around re-empowering politics through engagement, through, beneath, and with the municipal level of politics. I think the third kind of point that we're trying to get across, or at least that's what I was trying to get across, is, I guess it's the idea of pedia, as someone mentioned earlier, right? We're so far removed from an active form of politics in our context. We have a stable representative state that serves a certain majority very well, and politics has become quite complacent. And so through these social movements really is where that, both the radical imagination expands, but also just the skills gets people out from these atomized way of living in front of their individual screens usually. It helps to build the leadership styles, gets people into the game of making collective decisions. It's actually where here Bookchin's talking about this too, like getting people beyond the utility of family life, improvising public institutions that make broad community participation and consociation. This is stuff that's actually happening at the grassroots through participation in these local environmental conflicts. That's our thesis anyway, and we're open to hearing critiques and challenges for sure, but also figuring out then where do we take this from here, because this is not an assembly form of municipal politics, at least not yet, although there seems to be some of the precursors here building towards something that can be made that way. We certainly wouldn't presume that in these social movements, do not sometimes reproduce the hierarchical relationships that we're kind of embedded in. There's a discussion I heard earlier about how that kind of infuses our culture, our ways of being. It's not like just automatically, now I'm fighting Nestle, therefore I'm challenging hierarchy. That doesn't just happen automatically, but there's some room for that to happen, I think. Again, the state of municipalities here in our province exist basically at the pleasure of the state, define our powers, define our existence. So there's a lot of broad-based sort of coalition building that's going to need to be done to build up enough power to overcome that, I think. And there's a lot of deference towards the system that we know. So there's a lot of stuff to overcome here, but these social movements seem to have these elements that make me hopeful that something can be built from where people are at. The final thing I wanted to mention related to our context, and I'm sure Ben and people in other sort of settler colonization places can relate to this too, is that, through getting involved in these local environmental movements, people like me, Western European settlers, white people, end up in direct kind of communication, if not confrontation, and sometimes solidarity with indigenous communities in this area. It's really these worldviews that are very different, counter to the problems that we see, different ways of governing that again expand. I'm not saying that we should be appropriating ways of governing ourselves, but it definitely expands the radical imagination by showing how these ideas are not new and they're right here and very alive in front of us. And so this picture here is an image of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, which is a sort of neighboring government along the Grand River. Some people are saying it's maybe the oldest living democracy in North America. I'm not sure if that's totally true or not, but it's an old living democracy based on principles of peace, cooperation, reciprocity, harmony with nature, kind of like built upon a whole worldview that doesn't even see any sense in how humanity could be separated from nature. These institutions exist around us and are also asserting themselves. And through working together on water activism, we are sometimes naively drawn into these relationships where the idea of the state, especially a colonial state, is confronted and disrupted. And these models of counter institutions actually exist right in front of our eyes as sort of a momentum towards, yes, we can do things differently. They're doing it differently right there. We are encapsulated within a broader covenant, the Dish with One Spoon covenant, maybe even older than the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, that recognizes, asserts a recognition that we're all interdependent here in this territory, and we're all dependent on the same spoon or the same dish, so to speak, the same pool of resources that we need to figure out how to share in common. These broad-based ideas of how we can constitute ourselves and establish institutions and social relations are there for us to engage with and try to understand and draw inspiration from. And so that's really the essence of what we're trying to get at here is, libertarian municipalism. We can see some of the tendencies towards something like that in the local activism around here. The question becomes, how can we and how do we shape them towards, or what kind of leadership is required, or what are the mechanisms we can use to push this sort of movement towards local direct democracy based in these broad values and principles? How do we get there from what we see on the ground? Sort of like start where people are at and see if we can move towards something more like a liberatory form of democracy, because people come up in confrontation with the limits of the state all the time once they get involved in environmental and social causes. So what do we do with that? How do we move it forward? And that's what our paper is essentially trying to highlight. Stuff happening that's got some potential. What do we do with it? It seems like it's moving in the right direction. How do we facilitate and scale up that process and work with other approaches? And that's really all I had prepared to
Well,
say.
thank you, Robert. We have quite a few questions, so maybe we can address those. Thank you very much for using your voice. Maybe have a glass of water, not just bottled water, though.
Yeah.
But okay, so to Mr. Price, what if community innovative norms did not seek solely to embed themselves in the doctrine of the state through over fight against the unjust and rigid over hierarchy of norms? I need to take a breath.
I'm sorry. I'm not sure if I understood so far.
Right, me neither. I'm sorry. I think maybe this question needs to be a bit better written because it's quite long. But okay, well, on the meantime, I do have a question for Rob while I try to decipher this, question. How did you estimate the millions of liters a day that the Nestle was taking?
That's in the public documents actually of it's related to the permits that they apply to the Ministry of the Environment for permits for those amounts. And so that's actually the permitted amount. To be fair to Nestle, I don't know why we need to do that, but to be fair to Nestle, they don't take their maximum permitted amount, but that's the amount that they are able to, they have license to take.
All right. Nice. So you did an estimation like this, right? Okay, well, this question is a bit confusing. I don't know if this person from the from YouTube can. Okay, I think I need to read this. It's a long. What if community innovative norms did not seek solely to embed themselves in the doctrine of the state through overfight against the unjust and rigid over hierarchy of norms? Who would make these better norms exist and define them fluidly and evolutionary by being committed and refused to act or effect any other decision?
I'm not clear on what the question is, but from the beginning, what if community innovative norms did not seek solely to embed themselves in the doctrine of state through, well, yes. I mean, the fact is that in the US and in Canada as well, I think that Rob would agree that municipal corporations, municipalities are structured as subdivisions of, in the US, it's the states, or in Canada, the provinces. And what if we decided that the jurisdictions of municipalities were irrelevant? And what if we decided that in being embedded within this, the model of the state itself were not worth holding on to? And I would agree with that if that's the sentiment of the question. And I guess my answer to why we engage in interfacing the rights of the communities with municipal government right now is because, frankly, it's the mindset of the members of the community. They're not prepared to see themselves as somehow separate from this system, somehow separate from the state and the United States. There's an awful lot of learning to do. Generally, when I am asked to assist a community to come in and do community organizing, it's around a particular corporate assault of some sort. They want to mine for gold or uranium, or they want to, as Rob was talking about, Nestle was going into New Hampshire some years back, and we had a community wanted to stop them from siphoning off their aquifer, the drinking water. And so we use the municipal government, and in New Hampshire, they have what we don't have in the other states, and that is town hall meetings, where the town halls, the people actually can propose legislation and vote on it. Of course, it's been damaged and watered down through the years so that it's ineffectual as well. But they did manage to block Nestle from coming in by using their municipal government. I don't think that this is the ideal, the long-term goal. I think that it's using the tools we have and the ones that people can relate to at the moment. And so citizen assemblies, people's assemblies, that's the direction that my colleagues and I have been talking about moving to essentially erect alternate systems aside from, different from, separate from the existing municipal forms. That needs to happen, but it is an evolutionary thing, move in that direction.
Well, thank you, Ben. Yes.
Can I add to that briefly?
Sorry, well, I have two questions for you. So first to Ben, this question was quite long, but like the last, question of the viewer was, what if this attitude caught up else like wildfire, but in a very constructive manner? So I don't know if you can wrap up what you've been saying with this, relating to this, or?
Well, we would hope that it does catch on, and it's about inspiring people if we possibly can. And my inspiration is drawn from the communities I work in. It's the people who actually dare to stand up. I can go in and the first thing they say is, let's stop the mine. And my answer is, you can't stop the mine unless you change the system, because the system is set up so that you can't stop the mine. And so we have to teach about that. And so it's a very complex in some ways. We don't have a bumper sticker, we don't have a slogan that with a few words that can summarize what needs to be done. Dismantling the empire as it stands is very complex, and it's built very ingeniously to fool people, to deceive them into thinking that there are democratic processes that can yield justice, when after working and attempting to get some of that justice in this country at the local level, we find that's just not true. And just to say that there's another question from Susan Cook. What is it about Pennsylvania that enables us to pass these local laws? Frankly, there's nothing different about it from any other of the states, any of the provinces in Canada. The difference is, well, the fact is that in Pennsylvania, there are over 1,200 municipal townships. They subdivide all the counties into a dozen or more townships, which each have a local government, and they can pass local ordinances. And what we've done, instead of listening to the state that says, you may not pass laws of this sort, you can't control corporate activities in your community with local laws, we simply go ahead and do it anyway. We recognize community rights, the right of self-determination, the rights of ecosystems. We put that in local laws, and the folks pass them, and what happens generally is that they're then challenged by corporations who want to ignore the will of the community. And so there are legal battles that go on. So far, the courts using precedent, which is to say upholding decisions of the past, which is simply a way of institutionalizing the status quo so that it can't be changed democratically. They generally rule against the communities and in favor of the corporations. We don't stop there. We keep fighting. We have other tools that we use. And in some ways, it's a holding pattern. But mostly, and I'm sorry, I'll finish this up right now. Mostly, it's about exposing the injustices, the systemic injustices of the system, because most people in the United States are hypnotized by the national legend of democracy, of government by the people. If you work in communities trying to protect themselves from corporate assaults, you find out that doesn't exist. And so much of this local organizing and local lawmaking is about educating people to the facts. We don't presume that these laws are going to stand up in the courts, but exposing people to the truth seems to be the next step in having them get involved in their actual liberation from this process.
Well, great, Ben. Thank you very much. I know Rob wants to add up on what you have been saying, but first I read you another question directly to Rob. Can you tell us more about the reading group in which some municipal councillors took part? So take your time.
Okay, well, the reading group was an idea hatched by really by my friend Bill here when we were having a pint at the pub, and came together. Just it was an informal group. I was actually pursuing a PhD at the time, and it became one of my elective courses, and we gathered a bunch of people around. One of the people in the group went on to become a city councillor after that. And a little disappointing, actually, as a city councillor, gotta say, but kind of he did try to get this town hall thing going, but in a context that's not really conducive to the town hall making decisions. It's kind of like getting community input. So the reading group was something we had going for 2 or 3 years informally with a group of from 6 to 10 people, I think. We might do it again sometime because it was fun. But what I was going to say, I mean, just to reiterate what Ben said about, working through municipal government, if we were to try to organize ourselves right now to overcome capitalism and the state and our local democracy, our group would be me and Bill and those other people from the reading group. So that's where I see the potentiality in these local environmental conflicts, because first of all, there's a much broader consensus-based kind of people have their reasons for hating Nestle or whatever the company is or whatever the activity is. They get into the game, and that's where people actually learn. We can say, oh, the state doesn't operate that way. They're not going to listen to you. We will not get any traction. What happens, though, is communities get these fights together. They go talk to their counselors. They find out, oh, we can't just explain and they make decisions based on reason. That's weird. Something's not working here. Got to change the policy. Well, they can't change the policy because the policy is tied into the economics and the ideology of the state. It's through these environmental conflicts that people learn these things, experience the conflicts, actually get shaken out of this complacency where we think our system works for us. People, I find, the experience that we have trying to organize around water issues is people need to confront it themselves and see it and feel it. It helps to make people think more radically. It creates that disruption that makes room for that radical imagination that Ben talked about. And that's kind of where I see some potentiality in these local environmental conflicts, not as changing this policy and we're electing that municipal councillor, but that process of democratic engagement and the contradictions that people experience between what they think is rational and what capitalism dictates, supported by the state. And I think that's kind of where it starts. It's a long way back from where we need to be, especially in the context of climate change, but I think it's got some potential as part of that process.
Well, perfect. Thank you very much to both of you. I think we have addressed most questions. I mean, Susan has kind of replied to some of the comments that Ben was making. I don't know if you have been reading through them, Ben, and they're also related to what Rob was saying, no, regarding like, so how do we begin the process to protect our water? Some of us do not have townships, but perhaps we can do it at county level. And we are fighting for our water, but that comes from other side than our municipality. So all this like multi-scalar dimension to these struggles. I don't know if you both want to finish saying something regarding to this, or if whatever.
I understand that one of the questions from Texas is, well, I don't live, or some of us don't live in municipalities, because Pennsylvania, that was asked about, has every part of the state is incorporated as a municipal corporation of some sort, either a county, a township, a borough, a city. In Texas and in Virginia and in other states, there are counties, which are subdivisions of the state, and they have cities and towns, but a lot of unincorporated county land. And what happens when mining is proposed in those areas? Well, the short answer, and it really doesn't cover much, but the short answer is the closest government to you then is your county. And so county governments be prevailed on to enact laws that challenge the system. It's essentially using the tool of lawmaking to push back against state and federal law. Now, we know that state and federal law is set up to preempt local law, to overturn it if they conflict. And yet setting up that conflict, setting up that encounter between the two laws is our tool for causing people to understand that they are not living in a system where the people actually make the decisions. The decisions are made by elected officials whose campaigns were funded by the corporations, whose lobbyists then direct them on what kind of law to pass so that the law is on the side of the wealthy, the corporate side of things. I mean, it's a beautiful system that they've constructed for their own interests. And how do we fight that? Fact is, first thing we have to do is make people aware that it actually is the way things are. And it's encouraging to see our fellow panelists here in other places where people don't have to be taught that. They know it as a firsthand experience of life, that the world is around them isn't looking to uphold their rights. And in the United States, for all of its mythical stories about freedom and liberty and democracy, the fact is that the people living in their communities are not in charge of their own lives. And that is something they're not even aware of. And shame on them, but not shame on them. They've been educated. They have been from cradle to grave taught lies. And that our first step is an educational one, and to do it in an active rather than the passive lecture sort of thing means engaging them in a process of local lawmaking to find out that they're not allowed to do it, because right now they believe they can.
Well, thank you very much. Well, I think that's what we're doing right now, right here. There's just one comment that doesn't, it's not formulated as a question, but maybe I read it and then we proceed to the second panel. So Daremas Georgios says, experiencing contradictions is the arduous road to ascending and superseding the stages or forms of consciousness on the way to genuine self-consciousness, according to Hegel, nothing less. Contradictions indeed. We're doing scales and goals. Okay, well, thank you very much, Ben and Rob. It was a pleasure to listen to your knowledge and experiences. And now, if the next panelists are ready, Yavor, Said, and Dimitri, we can proceed with Yavor.
Hello. Hello again. So very excited to be speaking today with all these wonderful people, all these wonderful speakers so far. It is really inspiring and interesting, everything that has been said today. So I will be speaking on libertarian municipalism and more specifically about direct democracy. What got me interested in libertarian municipalism and more generally to the thought of Bookchin was that Bookchin went pretty much against one of the strong currents within anarchist, autonomous, anti-authoritarian tendencies around. With his libertarian municipalism, he not only suggested that people should self-organize and create some democratic forms here and now and simply resist, but he suggested a strategy, a coherent strategy that could potentially take us on a trajectory into building a direct democratic system, a whole polity, like the ancient Greeks were saying, through which a society can function in an egalitarian and equitable manner. So this was one of the elements that really fascinated me in Bookchin. And I have reflected a lot on it. I have written 5 books so far, some of which have appeared in 3 languages. But also I was for many years involved in social movements around the Balkans, in Bulgaria, and in Greece more specifically. And I found that many of the concepts that Bookchin, or many of the things that Bookchin talk about, have a very direct relation to self-organized grassroots movements. I will speak, my paper focuses on some of them, ones that I think that are most like contradictory, but I think are very important. I have analyzed them in my most recent book, The Enlightenment in Ecology, that was published from Black Rose Books this year. It's a compilation that I edited, and I analyzed in my text inside in depth some of the things that I'll be talking now. So I will start directly. One of the things I think that Bookchin indirectly tackles in his books is the question of contextuality. I find it very important that we, people that are active in social movements, in self-organized initiatives, etc., think in contextual way. One of the things in Bookchin's work, and specifically in relation to libertarian municipalism, is Bookchin's writings on the ancient Athenian polis. He recognized the problematic aspects of it. He recognized that there was patriarchy, women were excluded from the political participation, there was slavery. One can argue that it was not as brutal and as barbaric as the slavery that was in the transatlantic slave trade that appeared many centuries later. But Bookchin recognized all that and was very critical of it. But however, he recognized within what contextual environment this was taking place, and he recognized that also there was something very important, that there was for the first time a conscious idea that all citizens, regardless of their expertise or their social status, could participate as equals in the management of society. It was the first emergence of democracy as the conscious understanding that in public affairs, we are all equal. Also, I can remind you another very important author, C.L.R. James, who has written a great pamphlet on the ancient Athenian democracy that he calls Every Cook Can Govern, because it was either you were cook, a peasant, a manual laborer, or a wealthy Athenian, you were considered as an equal to all the rest in the management of society. And I think this kind of thinking is very important for today. And I'm reminded of the reaction that many radicals around the world had in reference to what was happening in Rojava during the Arab Revolution and afterwards. There were many tankies, but also many anarchists and other purists who were dissatisfied with what was going on in Rojava or Anes, because it did not fall in their ideological stereotypes of their utopian visions, without taking in mind what was the context within which this democratic experiment was taking place. And I have seen it over and over again, that often such activists that enter into this trap remain inactive, refuse to engage in active social movements and struggles, because they can consider that they are not well fit in their own agenda, in their own vision of the correct struggle, the correct utopia, etc. I think that what is important is that we should be having our eyes open, looking around us, where such democratic germs are appearing, where people, maybe not consciously enough, but with small steps. They're trying to regain control, to shake off the power of the state and the capital exploitation from their backs, and to try to engage into a face-to-face direct democracy. I think this is one of the very important things which the Bookchin's legacy has to offer us today. Another one is the question of institutions. Again, I have seen over and over this problem that emerged. I saw it in the indignant movement, as you can remember, the Indignados in Spain, the movement of the squares in Greece, the Occupy, where there was this dialogue that how should our struggle be structured? Should we remain in some kind of informalism, of voluntarism, or should we create like a grassroots institutions that will hold some kind of power, but in a more democratic, anti-authoritarian people power? And Bookchin was also problematized by this. I was very impressed. He was maybe one of the first authors that I wrote, along with Castoriadis, another very important author and philosopher, who was actively criticizing the stance of large part of the anarchist current that was claiming to be against every form of institution. For example, Bookchin was critical of Proudhon's stance on institutions and constitutions. If you remember Proudhon, when he was serving in the French Chamber of Deputies, refused to vote for constitution, claiming that as an anarchist, he's against every form of constitution. Also, Bookchin reflected on his trip to Spain, where he saw this street graffiti, like "make war on institutions and not on people." And Bookchin was saying that pretty much that you can have an animal kingdom, a society, a collectivity that does not necessarily need institutions because their behavior is genetically inscribed in them. But humans need institutions. Languages that we use between each other are kind of institutions. If we reject institutions, we are in the danger of returning to some kind of primitivism, let's say. So in order to have a comprehensive, a coherent society, there is a need of institutions. And we have seen this over and over again. Be it in the Spanish Civil War, be it in the Budapestian uprising, from which Black Rose recently are about to publish a very interesting book about this from 1956, the uprising, where also these grassroots structures appeared. Hannah Arendt has also called them the lost treasure of revolution, because we see that in revolution there is this tendency of common people trying to gather and create institutions through which they will determine what is allowed and what not. There will be laws, Bookchin argues, and I completely agree with him. Even in the most free of societies, there will be laws, there will be constitutions, there will be norms. In order to guarantee our freedom. For example, I'm reminded of the ancient Greek Hesiod and other peasants of that time, who insisted that it is by the means of laws that those most unfortunate, the weakest of society, will be protected. So we must abandon every illusion that we can live in a state of anomie, in a state of absolute freedom that will be unbinded by no law, no restriction or whatever. The question is that we, as a whole, as a collectivity, in an equal manner, can all participate in the shaping of these laws so that they can serve and protect us from the most powerful, so to those that are more fortunate than us, to those with more physical power. Because I'm reminded of Bookchin that some of the first hierarchies that emerged were not based on wealth necessarily, but they were based on strength, on deception. Very briefly, I'm not sure how much time I have more, but I will, what?
Wrap it up.
Yes, okay. So finally, also Bookchin's insistence that we move beyond the class thinking and rhetoric is also very important. And why is that? Because when you start with the class, you end up with the class. What we have today in capitalism is a very economistic society, as Caro Polanyi suggests. It is the rule of the economy. Everything is numbers, everything can be calculated, commodified, and sold. And in that way, by fixing our thinking and our struggles on the class, on class analysis, etc., solely or mainly, we are in danger into falling into the logic of capitalism, of the system as it is today. What we have to do instead, like Bookchin suggests, like Castoriadis suggests, is focus on the political element, on the institution making, on the law making, because through this you can regulate every aspect of society and initiate a genuine revolution where an equality will be enacted by everyone collectively. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Javor, for your intervention. Very interesting. We will probably discuss more about it later. And now, Said, if you want to take the word. I don't know where Said is. Said Nasution. Okay, well, perhaps he's not here. Manifest yourself, or I'll pass the word to Dimitri. Okay, well, I don't know what happened to Said. It was a very interesting talk on the delegates' accountability in democratic confederalism, but maybe there's some problems from the other side on the internet. So I'll pass the word to Dimitri whenever you want.
Greetings, warmest greetings to everybody. And first of all, a big thank you to the comrades of TRISE who organized this very useful discussion today and tomorrow. What I want to focus on is some real facts that are not widely enough appreciated in my view. First, I'm going to make a reference to Janet Beal's wonderful biography of Murray Bookchin, which I sent the basic information of this book to everybody here on the chat, in which she concludes her biography, a unique biography published by Oxford University Press. She concludes her biography by indicating how bitter and how disappointed Murray Bookchin was in the last years of his life before he died in 2006. And he was bitter and disappointed because all of the ideas that stream out of social ecology, including libertarian municipalism, had actually no meaningful echo in American society, and indeed in other countries as well. And that observation by Janet Beal, who was his closest companion for decades, cannot be ignored. It should not be ignored. And in the end, in this biography, Janet writes an epilogue where she makes a connection after Bookchin's death of the relationship that developed in terms of ideas and in terms of politics with the Kurdish freedom movement. We have to be honest and we have to be realistic, and we have to understand that the writings of this very important genius who is imprisoned on İmralı Island in Turkey, I'm referring to Abdullah Öcalan, and the Kurdish freedom movement that these ideas have been, many of them have been absorbed and taken over by Öcalan and the freedom movement, and developed even further. And this link did not happen accidentally. A Turkish publisher in Istanbul approached Black Rose Books to have some of Murray Bookchin's published books in Turkish. And we were very happy to give them the books that they were interested in publishing in Turkish freely. And these books were translated and published in Turkish, and Öcalan read most of them, if not all of them, and urged other people in the Kurdish freedom movement to read them and to study them and to apply them. And that's how the ideas of confederalism, of social ecology, of libertarian municipalism started permeating in the ranks above and below throughout the Kurdish freedom movement, and began to be put into practice in that extraordinary social revolution that is taking place in Rojava. So all of us who are interested in promoting these ideas have to study very, very carefully the ideas of Abdul Öcalan, study very, very carefully the Kurdish freedom movement, and study very carefully what is going on in Rojava. That is an important thing to underline. I now want to get back to the praxis, this very important word, praxis, of applying these ideas on the ground. And my city, Montreal, has been referred to as the laboratory of social ecology, because we have made great strides here on the ground, going back several decades. We had founded the first municipal ecological party in 1990, where Murray Bookchin himself, speaking at one of the universities, gave it his full support. I myself was a candidate for this municipal party and came in second. But you know, in our political system, unlike Europe, coming in second is not good enough. Either you're first or you're nothing. Anyways, we created a whole debate around these ideas, and Murray kept coming back and forth to Montreal, giving us the benefits of his experience and wisdom. That's very important to keep in mind. We were fortunate in that way. And as a result of this experience, we then founded the Urban Ecology Center of Montreal based upon the principles of social ecology. And we began undertaking a whole experimental and educational program to try to get these ideas out there in various forms, in the forms of pamphlets, in the forms of seminars, in the forms of panels, in the forms of books. Every educational tool, personal as well as written, was used to develop this consciousness. And at a certain point, a consolidation took place around a formation called the Montreal Urban Left. And the result of all of this ended up with making Montreal the most decentralized city in North America, into 19 boroughs, each one with its own council, each one accessible to the citizens that live in those boroughs through a process that I don't have time to go into right now. But if you're interested, I'll go about it in great detail. So we have these 19 borough councils plus city council, and these borough councils have their own budgets, and a whole discussion has taken place around democracy and what it can, should, and should not be. And you know, we radicals, we people on the ground are never satisfied with changes that take place in the official world of politics, including municipal politics. So we kept pressing for the further development of these ideas. And the result was that we organized a big conference in Montreal at the Canadian Center of Architecture around the theme, neighborhoods belong to citizens. Neighborhoods belong to citizens. We had over 400 people attending, and the evolution of all of that from various community organizations and people who came from various boroughs was the creation of a very important movement called Prenons la ville, take the city. Take the city, nothing less. Take the city, and take the city politically, economically, socially, and economically, okay? And we just published a book on that, an excellent book called Take the City. So Take the City, Prenons la ville, is a very important movement that we put together. It is a movement that in itself has given rise to borough movements that are focused more on an individual borough. And one of them that is extremely important is Nous-le-Plateau, which is the borough that I live in. This neighborhood belongs to us. That's what the name of the organization is, of the initiative. And Nous-le-Plateau and Prenons la ville is entirely focused on bringing together citizen assemblies. Citizens assemblies that are open to all people who live in the larger area. And hundreds of people have come to these meetings. Hundreds of people have participated, even under pandemic conditions, either by internet or in the last meeting that we had, people actually came in person. They were no longer afraid. They wore their masks, of course, but we socialize on a person-to-person basis. So there is something that can be done concretely by applying these ideas on the ground. So that, for example, today, there is in Montreal, in the last couple of weeks actually, a municipal election. There are three major political parties. The current party that is in power at City Hall and an opposition right of center party that is opposing it, but also a third party around a mayoralty candidate, a Black mayoralty candidate, by the way, that is already gaining 15% of the popular vote, according to the polls, who has raised the whole question of Montreal as a city-state. Can you imagine that in a municipal election? Nothing less than that. We want more because, as some of the other speakers referred to, the Constitution of Canada does not recognize cities. So here comes a Black mayoralty candidate with his political party, Mouvement Montréal, who says this is a totally unacceptable situation. We want Montreal to be a city-state or to have major political and economic and social and cultural responsibilities. So the dialogue, the debate has been enriched by all of these activities. It can be done. And it's very important to constantly find all the best tools. Many of them were put together in the 1960s of community organizing, of doing door-to-door work, of not being afraid of public debates, of doing concrete educational work. We have book clubs in Montreal. We have schools of radical politics. All of this has been created, and all of this movement, of course, brings together the organizations in the various boroughs, in the various neighborhoods that focus on climate change, that focus on housing, that focus on free public transportation, that focus on gender equality, that focus on systematic racism, that are trying to look at the budget of the police and say, this is not acceptable. We need to find alternatives to this kind of security system. these are very enriching times in our city, and we have not yet gotten to the goal that all of us here present want to move to, but it is very promising indeed. That is what I would like to share with you. And I think that I would like to thank all of you for your attention. And what I really look forward to is a discussion between all of us on what has been said.
Well, perfect. Thank you very much, Dimitri. So I'll proceed to read some questions. There are two on the YouTube chat. So for Yavor, what does Bookchin say about the way of making decisions directly, the citizens themselves, regarding the majority and no consensus this day and age today? And another one, can social movements today appreciate this approach for majority decision making? Because we know that sometimes consensus doesn't work. Did Bookchin had a similar bad experience?
Okay, so this is an interesting question. It is one of the points where many of those who like Bookchin and his philosophy disagree with him, because Bookchin was in favor when it comes to social scale, larger scale. He was 100% on the opinion that majority voting is the way to go. He was okay with consensus as long as it kept to smaller groups, but when like a whole neighborhood gets to decide, for example, on a popular assembly with thousands of people, then majority has to be implemented. He has been criticized a lot for that, but actually I think that he has a point. When we think of it, of course, when we say here for majority voting, we don't mean for voting for representatives, getting someone else to decide on our part. It has to be, we have to understand it in as a part of a whole process of discussion, of convincing that at certain point, when a decision has to be made, people will have to take a side regarding a certain question. And if we think this problem, usually whether we should use consensus or majority voting, is confined within more of anarchist circles. When we think of social movements for larger democratic experiences, we see that usually there is not this problem, like in ancient Athens, like I say, or the Zapatistas, or in Rojava, or more recently here in Europe, the Yellow Vests. There are elements of majority voting. In all these cases, when there is discussion on a policy or an issue, there is a point where decisions will be made by a majority. There is a very, of course, important distinction. In all these cases, the majority appears in a democratic horizontal process. So the majorities which we speak of in these cases are a very fluctuous kind of nature. They are not the stable majorities that we have come to think that, like Republicans or Democrats, like lifetime voters whose families traditionally vote for one of the major parties, for example. They are not this stable kind of majorities, like national majorities, like Greeks in Greece or in other countries. It has to do with certain opinion, with certain line of thought, and it often a person that belongs to one majority on one issue can belong to a minority in another issue that is under discussion in the same assembly. So this is very important distinction that we have to make. When we speak of a really democratic setting, when most of what is going on in society is up to the common people, and people themselves have to decide on the policies that will determine their collective life in common, these majorities are fluctuous. It is not just vote for these people in power or the other clique of powerful men. It is much more different. So majority in this case maybe is not even the most correct word, because really we don't mean it in the same way. I see that Dimitri has raised his hand, so I guess he wants to comment.
Yes, can I have your permission to add a comment? I would like to say that two things. One, what Yavor indicated as to the limitations of Athenian democracy, we have to keep in mind, however, that the Athenian democracy was an important experience which lasted almost 200 years of direct democracy, repeating the limitations that Yavor has indicated. And there, I bet nobody or very few people attending the seminar know what the quorum was of the Athenian democracy. I'll tell you what the quorum was. 6,000. 6,000 male citizens had to attend the assembly on the PNIX in order to make legitimate discussions and laws. And those laws were adopted by majority. And every single person, whether it was Pericles or whether it was a farmer that came from the peripheries of Athens to participate in the assembly, had exactly 6 minutes to speak and not more. So there was a discipline in the assembly that allowed a discussion to take place democratically. And that's very important to remember. And it's very important for all of us to study how that direct democracy unfolded, notwithstanding its limitations. There are many things that we can learn from studying that experience. The second thing I would say is that whereas Yavor is right that in anarchist circles, the consensus philosophy prevails, it is not true of the official organized anarchist movement. I mean, I've attended anarchist movements in Spain, the Senate Congresses, for example. The Senate Congresses consist of mandated delegates from the various unions who get together and they make decisions by majority. We always try to arrive at a decision by consensus, as Bookchin would say. But if consensus is not possible, we take a vote. Thank you.
Well, I have some more questions, so I can read them quickly. In the Montreal local assemblies, are there mainly to allow people to discuss issues, or do they also have some sort of decision-making powers?
Well, the official borough council meetings, which are held monthly, except for the summer, which are held monthly, are open to all citizens. During the first part of the meeting, citizens can speak, pose questions, make comments, make suggestions, and so on and so forth. That particular component is not decision-making. It is the elected councillors of the borough council who make the legal decisions. However, in the movement that I referred to, that is everywhere, Prenons la Ville and Annule le Quartier, Annule le Quartier and Annule le Plateau, these assemblies, these citizens' assemblies, we move in the area of making decisions. And when the numbers are important, the numbers participating are important, I can assure you that they have a political impact on the official political structure. Because in addition to talking and making decisions, we also have demonstrations. We just had recently a demonstration from my neighborhood all the way to City Hall. And at the end of the demonstration in front of City Hall, we had some very powerful speeches by some of the participants from various neighborhoods that included an anti-capitalist critique, that included a libertarian sensibility. So the political circles know that we're there, we're watching, and we're prepared to strike at any moment.
Thank you. I read another question from YouTube. Castoriadis and Bookchin are very similar in their thought on the ancient Greek direct democracy, right? Marx's thought maybe does not insist on the democratic element. Presumably to Yavor, this question?
Yeah, I agree with it. They had a lot of similarities, and maybe the most important one was that while many Marxists insist that what made the Athenian democracy possible was that there was certain leisure offered by the male citizens due to slavery, while in a sense both Bookchin and Castoriadis say that it was something else, because not all citizens had slaves. Actually, some citizens were quite poor. No, for both of them, what was important was that those citizens were actually passionate about public affairs. Many of them took a long commute, often on foot, like Dimitri said, from the surroundings of Athens, not from the city itself, from poor peasants that were doing a heavy agricultural work, going a huge commute under a burningly hot sun, doing huge trips, often without a horse or anything, just to attend the assembly. So we can understand what a passion, not just dedication, but a passion for public affairs that was. Also in the agora, the market, where people exchanged goods. Also, one of the main things they did there was discuss political issues, discuss laws, discuss fractions within the assembly. I mean, once again, we see that the backbone was not some kind of leisure class, like we would imagine of today, of some really rich, lazy people who are today completely disinterested in politics because they can simply buy their way to whatever they want. No, it was everyday people whose favorite thing, let's say, was going to debate politically, either it be on their everyday tasks or at the political assembly. So I think this point is where they both departure from Marxism, and also an element that influenced their departure more broadly from Marxism and from traditional leftism and into a more, in my opinion, revolutionary and radical direction.
Perfect, thank you, Yavor. For both Yavor and Dimitris, Thomas asks, Bookchin emphasizes the citizen over the worker in contemporary revolutionary movements. Do either of you see a role for radical trade unions in community organizing for libertarian municipalism? If so, can you point to any examples of good trade union practice in community organizing? Thanks. For both of you, so whoever wants to.
You want to go, Yavor?
I answered to the previous, but if you don't want to go first, I will do it.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I think that as economic activities have an important role in everyday life of people, of communities. So of course, there is always a need of organized labor strikes and the struggles, more broadly speaking, also of experimenting with the cooperative forms of economy. All this is very important. just we have to be careful that we don't fetishize it over like citizen type of struggles. And why I say that, like I said before, in capitalism we have been taught that economy, consumption, production, this is everything. Actually, it is only one aspect. We do exist as economic entities, but also we exist as many other ones. There are exploitations that precede the capitalist and economic exploitations. There was a patriarchy, for example, which is one of the most ancient forms of exploitation. There is also gerontocracy, which is equally ancient. And I think that when we speak of a citizen, I have recently actually wrote an article in which I argue why we should embrace being citizens over being workers. And because the citizen, as I see it, is an identity that encompasses all other identities. We can be workers, we can be woman or man or queer, or we can be black or white, but ultimately being citizens is what means that we are able to collectively, rationally deliberate and self-manage our societies. Being a citizen, in my opinion, and not as a citizen as they meet today, just a vote caster once every 4 years, but being able to rationally and through dialogue and not through violence to reach to a conclusion that will affect you as well as your neighbors, your community, people that you don't know, I think is the really revolutionary question today. And especially with the pandemic, we saw that many who were unsure how to react because they have been told that their individual interest is higher than the communal interest, that this very individualistic attitude that has been taught to us by capitalism and by the nation state, that our egos are more important than anything else, has manifested itself when even some trade unions, some more like conservative leftists have joined the chorus of right-wing alt-righters and freaks into demanding that no measures is being taken against the pandemic, because ultimately it will hurt the economy, it will hurt their interest, and not thinking in a communal way, as citizens, because the citizen is above all a steward of the community in which he is, on the planet which he is. It has to do with the feminist perception of the world around us, that we have to care, we have to engage in mutual aid, in solidarity. So you see, all these different identities intersect within the identity of the citizen. So I think that this is the one that we have to rediscover today.
Yes, if I may, that's a very comprehensive commentary by Yavor. Thank you, Yavor. On the question of the citizen as worker, or the labor movement, which was another part of the question that was asked, I would say this. There are, first of all, many trade union organizations, labor movements, labor organizations, including the anarcho-syndicalist ones, not only in Spain, but in other countries, in France, in the Scandinavian countries, and so on, and also in the US with the IWW, that are radical trade unions. And in being the anarcho-syndicalists, let me remind everybody, their major emphasis, the two words that are used are comunismo libertario, libertarian communism. And that goes back to the ideas not only of Bakunin, but also of Kropotkin. In other words, they looked at society in general as being the venue for revolutionary change and revolutionary transformation, not just the workplace. Because what Bookchin tried to do is to move us away from the Marxist and the Marxist-Leninist preoccupation, exclusive preoccupation, I might add, with the workplace. So that is what needs to be emphasized. And in Quebec, where I live, one of the three trade unions, the second biggest trade union, defines the labor movement of consisting of working people and citizens. And workers are also defined as citizens. And what do they mean by that? They mean that workers, unionized workers, have a direct, should have a direct interest in what goes on in their neighborhood and in their towns, in their cities, in their villages as a whole. And that's how we make a connection between what we are doing, we radicals and revolutionaries in our city, what we are doing with this particular trade union movement and the workers, be they in the hospitals or in various other workplaces. And together, we have developed in the last number of years the whole idea of the solidarity economy. The solidarity economy, I can't go into details about it now. It's linked to the question of the social economy. And in my own neighborhood, for example, we are doing all sorts of important initiatives to make people aware of the importance of the economy and that they should be directly involved in determining the future of their regional economy, their local economy, and the urban economy as a whole. So if we take into account all of these interactions, then we see that there is a link, a creative link that could be made between the citizen as worker in the context of the city.
Thank you very much. There's one person who likes to, which is live, wants to speak. So Tekoşîn, if you'd like to unmute yourself and go on.
Hello. Yeah, I just wanted to talk about some laws that have been passed recently in Rojava. So during the pandemic, they passed a law that everyone had to wear masks. The group of friends that have taken the responsibility of looking at crime and solving problems in the city, which you could call police if you wanted to, the Azize, they didn't do it and the people didn't do it. So it didn't happen. When there was a survey asking the people why they weren't wearing masks, 70% said that they didn't want to. They passed another law recently, which was to put the driver and the passenger in prison for a month if they were going over the speed limit. The Azize, this is vaguely sort of police thing, enforced it and put a lot of people in prison, including a lot of powerful people. And they did put the passenger in prison as well. The logic there being that the passenger should have prevented the driver from going over the speed limit. Now, what appears to have happened there is that the delegates, the elected delegates, made a decision from their own mind and enforced it on the people. But of course, that's not what happened. Up to that law, there have been a lot of very famous deaths and a lot of deaths generally on the road. People don't wear seatbelts here, motorcyclists don't wear helmets, and everyone goes everywhere. And what happened with these very high profile car crashes, people who'd fought in a revolution for 10 years and then just died in a car crash, everyone was talking about it throughout the society. And this means that the society had decided that something needs to be done. And that's why Anes was then in a position to harvest that opinion and declare it. And that's why Azize was then in a position to actually enforce it and wanted to anyway, because they are also people and connected in the news. The third law, they, one person in Kamishlo, Anes, increased the fuel price. Now, no one in the society was talking about that happening. No one agreed with it. The next day, people took to the streets. I was there, everyone was there, Arabs, Kurds, everyone. The law was immediately repealed and the politician was removed. He'd mistaken his role in ANES. His role is not to make decisions, it's to harvest them from the people. Another law was that you are only allowed to have one wife. And this is an interesting law because they implemented it that if you had more than one wife before the law, then you can continue with several wives. And this is an example of socially and emotionally intelligent lawmaking, made in a way that it's not going to cause a civil war, made in a way that it will be accepted and it will slowly move forward to actually solve the problem instead of just creating violent conflict. The increase in the fuel price was an example of emotionally unintelligent lawmaking because the person wasn't connected with the society properly. Thanks.
Thank you very much. There's a very specific question by Greg Jan, who asks, do the various decision-making groups in Rojava use majority voting? Or if not, then what? This is more related to what Javor was talking about earlier, consensus versus majority. I don't know if you know relating to Rojava or...
Well, I would say that here maybe Tekoşîn is the most suitable person to respond as he is on the ground there, so he knows best.
So
yeah, it's interesting, the idea of someone being on the ground and knowing best. Yeah, I mean, I've been here 2 years and I have been involved in an enormous amount of, let's say, decisions. I've been involved in, so the revolution, one of the friend groups bought thousands of the same vehicle. They're these big white people carrier vans. And if you stand by the road at night, you see hundreds of them going past, these revolutionary vehicles, and they're almost always packed with revolutionaries. And there is a hierarchy here, and there is a hierarchy of power here. In the revolutionary education, they said the European anarchist idea of not having leaders is silly. Now, I've been, where these people carriers are going, they're all going to each other's houses. They all meet around each other's houses. They get there and everyone chats. Decisions come about at the end, but there's no voting. There's often not really any direct proposal. They just come out of the meeting somehow. But there's thousands of these meetings happening every night all around these friends' houses coming together. So no, there isn't majority voting in that sense. And those are some of the most powerful people in the revolution who acted in this way. And the hierarchy is a hierarchy of responsibility without authority. So technically, through most of the structures and areas of society, those who are responsibles, they're called responsibles, they don't actually have authority over the people around them.
That's if I may, that's a good reply, pretty comprehensive. More can be said, but let me emphasize something that everybody should know, but not necessarily does, and that is that all of these assemblies that take place are chaired by a woman and by a man. There's absolute, I mean, why do I support the Rojava revolution? Well, one of the principal reasons why I support it is because it is the one place on this planet where there is absolute gender equality at the decision-making level, and there is a conscious attempt to have that promoted throughout the whole society. Now, we cannot forget that. And the movement is based upon gender equality. And our movement our attempt to create a movement around the ideas of libertarian municipalism and social ecology have yet to go an extra step, a second step, a third step to put gender equality into practice.
Actually, this is very interesting because I would like also to comment on it. I think that wherever we see the seeds of a genuine direct democracy, the genuine forms of people power, we see this move towards the feminization of politics. We see it in Rojava, we see it in the Zapatistas. These are maybe two of the most feminist revolutions of our time, or maybe ever. But in a way, we can see it even in the ancient Athenian polis, where although women, after the uprising of the Athenians and after the installation of direct democracy, or what has come to be known as direct democracy in ancient Athens, by distributing the decision-making power to the whole body of male citizens, and by turning the agora, the marketplace, into some kind of a second general assembly. Don't forget that in this agora, in the market, women were spending a lot of their time, and they participated in the public deliberation as well there. So in a way, whenever we speak of a real democracy, or the seeds of a real democracy, because we never really saw a 100% direct democracy. But we see that there is this move towards feminization of politics. And I would argue also that you see, in a way, a move towards ecologization of politics, because by getting a direct responsibility over your social surrounding, you start thinking also on undertaking the responsibility for your natural surrounding as well. So I think getting to a direct democratic setting is more than simply a caprice or one of the many aspects, but actually the core aspect that gets with itself all these other things. When you get people to truly getting people truly empowered and vesting them with meaningful decision making, that they can be verified of its importance day after day, because this is very important. You know, there was often in countries like, for example, in Greece, if you remember the 2015 or 16 referendum, whether Greece should accept a new helpful package from the IMF, and the people voted in a landsliding 63% no. The government wrapped it in a different verbal package and accepted it anyway. So it is not simply getting you from time to time the power to just say yes or no to a predetermined question and then deciding on your behalf anyway, but being able to be sure to see it, to feel it with your everyday existence, that your decisions matter in order to get people engaged.
Well, thank you very much. I believe there are some rather reflections, but no more questions. So maybe from Daremas, I can read some, because you have been participating for quite a bit. So I read them all along, okay? Consensus effectively is the right of veto held by one and everyone individual. It can destroy any chances of arriving at a democratic decision. In an assembly, if there is dissensus, majority voting is a necessity. And in assemblies, disagreement is fertile. So majority voting satisfies both the existence of disagreement and reaching a decision. Then there's HD. what is true of pure consensus, but as Dimitri was saying, most anarchic movements today use a modified flow between consensus and majority with dissensus. And then again, Daremas. Even more important is the existence of rational conditions undergirding deliberations, like knowing the issues, respecting dialogue, the other participants, empathy, a sense of ends orientating the activity, etc. Otherwise, consensus and majority voted are mere procedures. And then there's another last one related a bit to what Susan was also writing on the chat regarding right and left wing politics. Daremas answer, those who endorse fascism, they do not subscribe to the principle of equality of human beings, which is fundamental presupposition for our discussion and for direct democracy. So I think that will be it. Mira, Steve. Seeds for Change present interesting guidelines about consensus decision-making, introducing mechanisms such as supermajorities that nuance the either-or binary between consensus and majority decision-making. As I understand it, this is a fallback decision invoked in rare instances where consensus decision-making hits a block and prevents potential for power to be wielded by veto. And then there's a question. So, well, thank you for the interesting discussion. I am curious about the absolute gender equality in AANES and wondering how it relates to the ideas of a gender binary and bioessentialism. How does the differentiation of institutions into positions for men and women determine? How does the determination of institutions into positions for men and women determine? Is anybody capable of answering this question for Max?
Yeah, I can answer. So this is my main critique. I've been a gay rights activist for 20 years. My main critique of Rojava and in fact Öcalan's work, it's very centered around man and woman. It's very heteronormative. It's very problematic in that sense. In my experience, about 80% of people here, local people here, will say that LGBT plus is an artificial thing created by liberalism. So this is not good for me. I disagree with that. What's very interesting is that friendship here and community inclusion is vastly more important than being right. So if two people disagree in a community, whether it's about racism or whatever it is, they will continue being friends. And slowly the problem, which is an emotional problem usually, will get solved. So my flamboyant homosexual male friend, for example, I say flamboyant because he shows that he's homosexual by complying to the stereotypes, which for me is a perfectly rational response to oppression. He's 100% included in the community. No one has shown him any aggression at all. The families and everyone, he's just a perfect part of the community, even though there is this theoretical level thinking generally amongst the people here that his ideas are not real. So yeah, the whole gender equality at the moment is based very much around only man and woman. But because of the small egos And because of the very small defensiveness and because of the very small insecurity, this is obviously a ticking time bomb, because obviously there are just as many LGBT plus people here as there are anywhere else in the world. I am expecting this society to go forward in a much more beautiful way than other societies have gone forward with it. And I'm looking forward to that very much. I hope that answered the question.
Yeah, I do have a question for you regarding this matter. Don't you think that genealogy as a science of woman and opening to otherness as well, I mean, it does have a priority on women taking lead on knowledge, but it does also open up the door for like breaking down this essentialism, binarism in this culture. I mean, because it is indeed a binary culture.
Absolutely, yeah. The concept of superior and inferior is regarded as a concept that was created by men, created by positivism, and so on. So for anyone to think, for example, that women were superior to men would immediately be against the concept of genealogy. They would immediately be thinking in what's being called a male way. Obviously, woman and man here are social constructs. It doesn't literally mean men and women, although of course it is very much related to what happened since 5000 BC, if you want to go back to the Sumerian priests, or 1450 if you want to go back to the witch hunts when positivism started to really take hold. What I'm seeing around me here, not just in revolutionary circles, but very strongly in communities as well, is that the men are reacting to this in an incredible way. I mean, it's a very, very sweet culture. There's the Kurdish word sherin, and it's the highest compliment you can pay to someone's personality. And it means sweet, cute person. This is the best a person can be. And the men and the women around everywhere seem to be reacting perfectly harmoniously to this genealogy concept without seemingly any concept of superior or inferior or domination, because those are in fact the concepts that are trying to get rid of. Did that answer the question?
Yes, perfectly. Thank you very much. And I guess we will keep talking tomorrow about the other, in this case, nature, right? So we will be talking about nature and ecology, future research lines, and there will be some book presentations. So thank you very much, everybody. We are finishing 25 minutes later than we should have, and we had a very short break. So thank you for all your mental effort and concentration, and see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.